Yo, how's it going, folks? How are we doing? Mando, what's up, fellas? It's been an interesting week, man. Yeah. Can't complain. You're finally on holiday, hey? Ghosty? Wanted to write outside, but I'm just way too hot out today. Nah, it's really cool around here. Well, I would say, I'm not going to say totally cool, but it's cool enough. You know, I'm seeing a really weird pattern here. I know it's something I've said that they're going to be doing, where gaming is going and where the industry is going. But I'm starting to see things that are really orchestrated. Everything just seems to be falling into place to push everyone into cloud gaming. But my sound system came today, and it's amazing. I was messing about with that today after I finished streaming. I really, really like it. It's a good piece of kit. I did find it was really weird. I basically we opened it all up. Everything was sealed on the outside, non-tampered with. All the speakers had zero tampering, and the actual power supply box, the ones with the power adapters in it, that had clearly been tampered with. And so we already had 250 quid off. And so we told Amazon, hey, look, this and this, what the hell's going on? Like nothing else had been tampered with. You could see it, everything was retail. And they're like, yeah, we're really sorry. We'll give you another 150 off. All right. Everything works. So in total, I got £400 off a £1,000 sound system. I'm not going to complain. You knew you'd forgotten something? But yeah, in total, we got like 400 quid off. That's not bad. That's really, really not bad for a £1,000 system. Outrage from who? Me? I couldn't give it. I couldn't care less. Why is there going to be outrage from me? Nah, I rang them up because I wanted a discount. I was like, you got to do better than that. And they're like, how about this? And I was like, yeah, that's all right. Hey, look, I get any discount I can possibly get. Any money back, I'm there. If I've got a right to do it, that corpo is going to give me that money. That's how we work, man. I mean, I tell you this much: I wasn't going to put it all back in the box and send it back. Wait. Who's that, Ghosty? That couldn't be me. Hey, Lions Pride, how's it going, dude? Hey, Steve, how's it going? I just love the fact that the first thing the media comes out with is, "Oh, Xbox is going digital as well." Hello, they've been digital for about 2 years, maybe even more. Like, what are you even talking about? Oh, you hush, Gorsty. I'm not just a pony, I'm the pony. The problem is no longer about physical games, it's about digital rights. Look, the one thing that happened last week was, which was kind of tragic, really. Sony lost rights to one of the publishers and they didn't renew it. And so all the movies on PlayStation's account was removed. On top of that, anyone that actually bought it from the PlayStation Store also had their access revoked. So, on a bigger scale, that sort of thing shouldn't be happening. And as someone just said now, it should be about digital rights, and that's where it needs to be. Otherwise, what you're going to see is a mass increase in piracy. Ice Pick, they did not. Yeah, it was you, Starfield guy. Like, I won't condone piracy. I will never condone piracy, right? But for those people that lost their movies on PlayStation servers and they don't have any way to access it at all, go pirate it, man. That I'm in full support, 100%, without a shadow of doubt. Like, that to me is theft. Says the guy with petabytes worth of stuff on his hard drive. uh, they shut down the PC app too a long time ago. The thing to watch the movies I bought off. Yeah, it's really weird that no one is really talking about the PlayStation 3 store being closed, because that was like hot water topic, right? That was like crazy topic, and the Vita store is closing as well, which is mental. Definitely not you, Ghosty. I said a petabyte, not five. But the question, here's a question for you guys, right? Here's a question for you guys. What is worse? Losing physicals and losing, I guess, full access rights to everything that that you kind of purchased, or what's happening with Xbox with the layoffs? Do you know what? I'm going to do a little poll. I actually want to see what's worse, in your guys' opinion. What is worse? Losing physicals, Xbox layoffs. Get voting. I can see this is going one way. It was going one way. But to me, losing, there is that option, Steve. You just don't vote. In the grand scheme of things, losing physicals is way worse. Layoffs come and go, but your rights, once they're gone, you don't get them back. Hey, gaming, how's it going? No, studios come and go, games come and go, but your rights, once they're gone forever. Hey, Shinzo. You have your games, though. You've got the Steam sales right now that aren't very good. ColecoVision? Man, I didn't have that, man. I started off at the Atari 2600 and the Commodore 64 era. That was when I started gaming. I don't think so, Mandalorian. I don't see why they would. Like, I do see eventually PlayStation and Xbox kind of like merging into PC at some point. Maybe not next gen, but probably the gen after. So I see it like an evolution of sorts of things. But whether games are physical or not, it doesn't make a difference. And if like the concept that blows my mind is I've seen people say if Sony is stopping physicals, I'm not buying the PS6 and I'm going to PC where it's all digital. All right, someone explain that one to me. Anyone, just someone explain that one to me. If Sony doesn't do physicals, I'm not buying the PS6 and I'm going to go to a platform that's doing exactly what Sony's about to do, but has been doing it for decades. Like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, don't get me wrong, I am a digital gamer now. Like, this doesn't impact me at all, right? It doesn't impact me at all. And quite honestly, I know there are implications for this going down the road that could get silly, right? But especially with like the whole way the market is at the moment with hardware prices that are working their way up, pricing people out of the market, all of this kind of has an angle over the next decade or 15 years to push people into cloud gaming more where you don't own anything. And even then, Luna, she's playing with my son, by the way. That's why she's barking. But I don't know. For me, because I've been a digital gamer for such a long time, it hasn't really. I don't see the issue with it, and with offers like Play Anywhere and stuff like that, I just find it the natural evolution of things. Is they can take digital. I mean, if they take a digital game away from you, just pirate it. Right? If you've paid for something, pirate it. But here's the other thing GOG offers you a complete DRM free version of the game. For people that were having a bit of a meltdown back then on Steam, where you basically didn't own the game. Originally, you were supposed to be able to own the game. Now you don't. You're just getting a license, and people are having a meltdown. Well, GOG is there offering you a DRM free version of the game where you can download the install file, the whole package, and store it on your hard drive. But no one uses GOG. So clearly, people don't care about it as much as they say they do. It's more of a, I want to make a big deal out of this. There are implications and concerns, sure. But I think people just want to complain about it more than anything. Like, look at MBG. My guy is saying, I'm not going to buy the next PS6. Of course he's buying the next PS6. The budget layoffs are crazy, man. No one's talking about those, though. No one cares. Just like they didn't care about the Blue Point layoffs either. What do you mean by that, Steve? My principles are quite straight. I've been digital all along. I think I've been pretty clear with where I stand. I understand you're not talking about me, but if it's what I think it is, then yeah, none of them are going to stand by it. They're all going to buy the PlayStation 6. They're all going to move in that direction, and they're all going to be happy with it. The one thing that isn't clear is if the PlayStation 6 is going to have a drive or not. Because if it doesn't, is Sony going to offer a disc to digital conversion like Microsoft is? What's going to happen with all those games? If they're backwards compatible, are they going to make you pay for that game again? I know Microsoft won't do that, but is Sony going to do that? Oh yeah, they're going to buy it. They're going to buy it, Steve. 100% they're going to buy it. They're all going to buy it. Every single one that's crying right now saying, I'm going to sell my Xbox or I'm going to sell my PlayStation, they're all going to buy it. Which is why I don't say nothing stupid like that. No disk drive, buy the games against Sony. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Sony will get rid of the drive. We see it as default on the PS6 Pro. I mean, I'm being honest. If I can afford it, I would like to. I'll probably get the next two generations, as I do believe that the next two generations, be it PlayStation 6 and the Helix, are going to be the final consoles, in my opinion. From that point on, I see things moving to a more PC formed platform or cloud gaming. By that point, cloud gaming will be in a lot better place than it is now. We're talking over 10 years from now. Oh, look at that. Steve's going to get me the next Pro card. At least, maybe this one I'll actually receive. Cheers, buddy. I always had faith in you. I'm getting Helix, but it's likely the last console I buy aside from the Steam frame. Whatever happened to the Steam frame? I think that's like gone down to. I think they're probably scared to release that one. You wouldn't hold your breath? Nah, I'll probably die by then, man. Remember, the next problem is the RAM prices that will make the next console. The consoles are going to be really expensive next year, man. That's why they're trying to get people used to now with the higher purchase. Buy now, pay later. By the way, what do you guys think of this nice pick that Chili made? For those of you that want physicals, we have the PS4. For those of you that are after physicals, we have the PS4. Now, Byron, Sony made a mistake. Sony internally right now is kicking themselves. Yeah, they waited for GTA, but the one thing that they really messed up on is the timing of this news. You see, it would have been a lot smarter for Sony to release this news on a Friday, but I think they've been kind of twitchy because they don't know when Xbox is going to announce. Everyone is saying Monday that they're going to announce the layoffs and the plans and everything like this. Yes, sir. But they could announce it earlier, right? And I think Sony got itchy, twitchy fingers because Sony wanted this news to come out because they know that it's going to be completely overshadowed by the media when the Xbox layoffs start. And let's be realistic, right? They're already running in, defense force for them and trying to find any excuse under the sun to basically undermine what is happening. I mean, when you're looking, they're reporting stuff like this, right? Which is old news, right? This is basically Project Positron. You've got the disc to digital here that they're advertising. You got this one over here. You got, where is it? I think it was IGN. They've been posting it. Everyone is talking about this physical to digital, and it's basically just completely and utterly trying to undermine everything that's been going on. And it's just, they're all gung ho running at this like it's crazy news. And it's like, what are we even doing? This is old news, and they're trying to bring forward old news to bury the fact that Sony has got bad news. The siren lit inside headquarters. Will Naughty Dog close down when they release their woke game? No, I think it's, well, I know PlayStation gamers are going to buy it, so it'll survive. Yeah, was it true? Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync releases tomorrow. Will Game Pass continue after Series X? Who knows? I think Game Pass will exist. A version of Game Pass will exist. But I think we're going to find the true, impacts of Game Pass in terms of changes next year. I don't think we're going to see that this year. I'll be indefinitely borrowing Black Flag when it releases. July the 9th. So what you're saying is I shouldn't stream it tomorrow. I see. Mandalorian, like I said, I think what you're going to see is Game Pass is going to exist in a form or another. But I don't think it's going to be the same Game Pass that you have today. I might be able to gaming. I might be able to. I just don't know which version, Xbox or PC. But I might be able to. It'd be over at Twitch if we are. But yeah, so here is no one's actually focusing on this, considering how much noise they made about it. All the discussions is about this. Physical disc production ending in January 2028. It's like the first thing in the new year. So basically, they're saying you got 18 months to enjoy this, and it's out. I like it how they're saying this is what's best for you. The consumer preference and broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical to digital. Physical game production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued starting January 2028. And I don't think Sony's going to backtrack from this. They might. It's not like they haven't done it before. But I think they're going to stick with this one, honestly. Following this date, new games will be available on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. And I do believe this is in retaliation to the court case that's going on right now, where they say Sony doesn't put their games out anywhere. And so they said, fine, we'll do it, all in digital. This transition has no impact on games that already released or will be releasing prior to January 2028 disc format. This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt to consumer trends as the general preferences for digital media significantly outpaces physical discs. I think Sony's last stuff was like it is not Play Anywhere, I don't believe. Let me have a look on the Xbox. It's not on the Xbox store. Is it going to be on the Xbox store? I don't think so. Let me have a quick look. But I don't believe it's Play Anywhere. I did a AI search and it said no. But AI could be wrong, right? It's not even on the PlayStation. It's not even on the PC. Black Flag Racing isn't even on the Windows Store. Yeah, it's not there. They do have the original, I guess, Black Flag Gold Edition. But yeah, so it's not Play Anywhere. I use it all the time. They're quite good. Yeah, so at launch it's not going to be there, but later down the road it will. Ubisoft never releases games for Xbox on PC. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. That's what I was asking. Do I go? Do I go for the Xbox version, the Series X, or do I just grab it on Steam? Ooh. For tomorrow's stream, that is. This is a natural direction. This transition will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefers to access and play games. Isn't it like 90% now on PlayStation that buy digital over physical? In fact, 2025, their revenue, they made $8 billion in revenue over in game sales. 7 billion of that was digital. 1 billion was physical. Now people are saying that hey, 1 billion is 1 billion, but they threw away like what 5 billion for the PC market. So I don't think they care much about that 1 billion when it comes to physicals. This is why I'm saying I don't think they care. There's just not. It's not a big enough slice of the pie for them anymore. Was it 85? Yeah, it was like something like that. But it's just not a big enough slice for them to care about anymore. Nah, Xbox numbers are more like 98%. You still find the odd few, person here and there. It's almost like where's Wally? Where's Wally or where's Waldo? Something like that in the crowd. With Wally being the one person on the Xbox community that wants to get physical. Guessing Chaos doesn't have super chat thing set up? I do. I'm getting to it. Hey, Susano. I'm actually awake for a stream again. I know, we've missed you. Thank you for the free 33, my dude. I've got a separate section now set up just for super chat, so I do see them coming in. Wally UK, Waldo US. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't see this I don't see them turning this around. And if you actually have a look at the PlayStation tweet, it's crazy how many people have actually gone crazy over this one. Where is it? Let me find the tweet. $53,000 people liked this tweet, and the one for all digital play GTA one is 41K. There's more people that liked PlayStation is going full digital and closing down stores than there. Oh, does it play? You are killing ownership. You are killing preservation. You are killing discoverability. You are killing publishers. Wait, how are they killing publishers? What? How? Wait, how are they killing publishers? Thanks for the look, Lions Pride. MBG telling people, "Oh, mate, did you see MBG? Did you see MBG? He posted a picture showing that he cancelled his PlayStation Plus, which ends, I think, at the end of this year. Good on you, buddy. Guys, subscribe till the end of the year, but he's cancelled his sub now that he's going to reactivate as soon as he posted that picture. Another guy posted that they cancelled their PlayStation Plus that expires October 2028. It's like that guy that I saw with Xbox. He goes, I've cancelled my subscription to Game Pass, and it shows end date sometime in 2029. Man, they are so scared that you're not going to come back, dude. Exactly. There's no point. You're subbed whether you like it or not. Like, what is you posting that I've cancelled my subscription when it ends like sometime at the end of next year gonna do? Yeah, I know, Rachy. It's the dumbest thing. All digital would be better for publishers, wouldn't it? They would only have the platform taking a cut of revenue, not the retailer as well. Not only that, and I keep going back to this, right? When Spider-Man 2 launched, I remember going down to my local computer exchange. And when I was down there, they had like almost like 2 rows just for Spider-Man 2. Keep in mind, this was about 4 or 5 days after release. And I knew one of the people there, and I was like, damn, you got a lot of Spider-Man 2s. And they were pretty much selling it for retail value, right? I think it was like $5 below retail. I mean, it just came out, right? And it goes, yeah, we've got like another 50 in the back, just stacked up. People just keep returning it. And I'm like, damn, so people coming in here getting it for $5-10 cheaper. Sony ain't getting none of that revenue. And that's what they want to destroy. That is what that's in my opinion, that's the sole purpose of getting rid of physicals. It destroys the second-hand market. It's always been sex. Yeah, I know. But it's weird. Like the amount of money that publishers lose to secondhand gaming is insane. So turning around and saying you are killing publishers, no, you are saving publishers because now they make more money. What you're doing is you're killing secondhand stores. You are killing developers. I mean, are they really doing that? Like, what is like? I don't understand this. Does it play guy? He's so dramatic. Shouldn't you guys be protesting Halo? Man, I did protest Halo going to PS5. It didn't work, so I gave up. I made my video. I took my stand. I was told to shut up, so I did. This is a move that might slightly improve bottom lines, but tear down every other aspect of this medium. I don't understand. How is it going to how does this make any sense? Seriously, chat, how does that make any sense? I just don't get it. Like that statement doesn't make any sense to me, and I want it to make sense, but it's not making any sense. As a lifelong PlayStation fan, I support this decision. I posted that as well, by the way. I don't know if he posted it before me or after me. I posted the same thing. MEG, not buying PS6 unless it supports physical games. He's buying the PlayStation 6. Man, they started a petition as well. Here's a petition that's gaining momentum. Sony doesn't care. Yikes, I've been all digital since late PS3, but this won't be good. I'm not bothered by it though. In my opinion, to write an article like this, you have to list off the benefits of digital or speak on future benefits. I mean, they did. They're going to charge you $70 to $80 for every game. They're going to make sure retailers offer you the same thing. They're getting rid of secondhand markets so you can't get games for cheap. And they're making sure that they take all your money. But honestly, the big question right now, right, is something that someone asked earlier in the stream that I think holds a lot of merit. Sony has a walled garden. Like it or not, it's a walled garden where they pretty much keep you trapped in that bubble. Microsoft has a walled garden, but it's not as big. It's a bit more loose. You can get games from elsewhere. And they also allow you to play on PC as well with their games. So it's still a walled garden, but it's nowhere. There's pathways in and out of it, but you still can't go to other platforms. PC, on the other hand, regardless of how you feel about Steam and their complete control of the PC market, you still have the choice to use Epic Game Store, GOG. Like I bought Silent Hill 4, The Room from GOG because that was the only place I could find it. And so I went there and I purchased it. You have a lot more flexibility in PC now. So it kind of starts to look a bit more attractive for the gamer because you kind of have that freedom. You're no longer restricted. And with all Xbox games going to PC day one anyway, what are you really missing out on? The one PlayStation exclusive that comes out a year? Is that it? You're really just missing out on one PlayStation exclusive a year. Like if Xbox turned around and said, right, we're releasing about 20 games a year and we're making all of those games exclusive to the Xbox console. It won't come out on PC or PlayStation or anywhere else. It will go to PC in, say, a year's time. But for the first year, we're keeping it here. That's a big chunk of games, especially if you like those games and you're favoring those games. But when it's just one game a year, because most of those exclusives that people are counting for Sony, they're releasing on PC day and date. So when it's just that one game a year with Wolverine, well, I guess 2 this year with Saros, you start to question: is it worth it? Is it time to move? And if you can't afford a gaming PC with, a high fidelity graphics card, like for example, the 5050 Ti, really good graphics card. It has 4 gig of memory. You start to question, like, where are the boundaries? I did count Saros as well. Praise be to our Lord and Savior Gamer. Hey, look. Notice how no one ever talks about Ubisoft Connect or EA Access or EA. I don't even know what the EA one is called. Is it still called Origin? All hail the Steam Machine? God, no. Sadlands works great on the 9070 mobile. Oh, shit. That's actually impressive. Vast majority of my 4K games tested from Steam also work on that card. On the 9070. Shee. It's just EA now? No, it's EA Play now. Right. I forgot what it's called. That's the only launcher I never put on. Like, I just don't do it. I've got all the launchers kind of like on my desktop in, like, I've got like little squares of different brackets on my wallpaper where I put all the stuff in, where I want them, so everything's organized. But that's the only one. Like, I keep getting messages saying, "Hey, you don't use this anymore. Do you want to uninstall it?" Origin used to get us free games on regular. I don't think EA gives away games often anymore. I mean, EA is. I don't even know what EA does outside of FIFA and Madden anymore. They've kind of fallen off. First killed Destiny, now killing physical discs. Oof. Mighty Keith with this is BS. The importance of game preservation and keeping the physical format. No, that's just called piracy, man. If they're not allowing you to preserve it, just download it. End of story and move on. All of this stuff. Look, I'm sorry. When I see a game that I like and it's like, hey, you can't really buy this digitally anymore, but you can go and spend £400 for it on eBay and buy it. I'm like, do you know what? That download site looks really good. Like, I'm not making some other, douche bloody rich from. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not even going to finish that sentence because it's going to get completely out of hand. What are you doing? Seriously, not even the worst witchcraft in the world is powerful enough to make you self-sabotage this way. Now they're just looking at the future and seeing that digital is the way forward. Oh, it was a Domino's, right? I'm a Ubisoft partner, so Ubisoft, you're good with me. On the other hand, Ubisoft does treat me better than Xbox. So there's that. Crime doesn't pay, kids. Hey, but it doesn't cost you anything. Oh, of course he said the same thing. Still, Sit on my PS3 is a no need for now. When it finally breaks, the problem I have, Susano, is the fact that some of the games I want to play, they're way too expensive to find now. That are of the older generation, and I'm there's just no way I'm paying $100 or $200 for a game that should be like £10 today at the very best. If they want me to pay for it, the publications should offer me a digital version to buy it, and I'll buy it. But if I'm not gonna give money to the actual publisher who made the game, why am I gonna give some random Joe 300 quid? Why am I gonna give a random Joe like 300 quid for a game? Jesus, Steve treats you better than Xbox. I don't know about that one. I'm on two minds about that one. I think they're about the same. He's trying to get my game Blade cancelled. There was, I thought where was the Pizza Hut thing? Was there another post? It must have been this is PlayStation, maybe PlayStation UK. That's me done, I think. Been with Sony since PS2. Next setup might as well be PC now. Do you know what? Maybe this is the push that they've all been waiting for to send everyone to PC. That guy here, he's actually a man of principle. I know him very, very well. And he doesn't just throw this out flamboyantly unless he means it. And that's kind of crazy. It's another person I know. After you remove people's purchased movies from their libraries due to licensing issues, how can you expect people to trust a fully digital future with you? What steps will you put in place to protect people's digital media? Absolutely nothing. Someone posted a picture of Xbox giving them. Xbox has been doing stuff like that for a long time with Pit. They just don't like me, so they don't give me anything. Hell, they didn't even give me a copy of Gears Reloaded. They just skipped past me. Like, the sacre bleu. Excellent. I've always been digital. So games will be cheaper, right? Nope. No discs, not buying your console. See ya. You're not gaming anymore. Y'all still gonna line up and buy a PS6 from scalpers off Craigslist? Of course they are. I want you to stop killing games. They're not. They're just making it digital. It just goes on. F off with your bullshit. The folks over at Kind of Funny also decided to chime in. If you don't know, I told you why, because Philip and I have mutual arrangement that has extended to Asher. Do you know what? I actually am starting to believe that now. And this is why I said, Gorsty, I'm not quite sure. I think they're on equal footing. I think they're on equal footing. I don't know what it is. I've been emailing the assembly agency for ages on the Xbox side. Sony's side, they respond to me like crazy. They're like, yo, what's up? How you doing? You seen these games? You want us to put your name down for it? Yeah, cool. Don't worry about it. Xbox is like, nah, we don't trust this guy. You know, it's in the name, so I just go straight to the trash bin. Hey Trey, how's it going? I'm not negative enough. I don't want to be negative though. You know, if I got to shit on something, I will. But come on, what's the point of being negative? I mean, I get it. You guys like to see rants and stuff like that, but that's just not me, man. That's just not me. But I've noticed how Xbox is like, hey, you hate Xbox? Yeah. You want us to disappear? Yeah. You want us to be completely irrelevant? Absolutely. Here's a free review code for you. Do you like Xbox? Yeah. No review code for you, buddy. I think that's how it works. Like, this is the thing. If games are going to be expensive, right? But you can always go to PC and get them cheaper. Loaded and places like Loaded exist for a reason, and there will always be options to get games at a much cheaper rate. Look at the new Aincrad. It's like £90 everywhere for the Ultimate Edition or whatever it is. And you can get it for like £50 at Loaded on PC. That's like £40 off for the top model. That's insane, man. You ain't beating that sort of prices. Five finger. I have the Gears Reloaded free copy 2 months before the game came out by buying the Ultimate Edition that was discounted for 30 USD. And I gifted the Ultimate Edition to my other friend as well. See? Didn't even consider giving me a copy. I mean, neither did Microsoft, to be fair, but I kind of expected them to not give me anything. It's like a rite of passage to shit on Xbox nowadays. I just don't. Look, like I said, if they deserve it, I will do it. If they don't deserve it, I won't do it. And chat has heard me and seen me, crap on Xbox a number of times. It's not like I've never done it, but I only do it if, in my opinion, they deserve it. Oh, that's the excuse you're gonna get. They deserve it recently. See, I disagree, but that's not for the reasons that you're upset about them for. I understand that when it comes to business, they just got to do it. Now, State of Decay, yeah, that's bullshit. State of Decay free, I understand. That one is, I don't understand that one. That one's complete bullshit. That one is what the WTF, right? That one I will give them crap for. But for everything else, it's there. And it's, whether it's the previous administration's fault, they need to cut down costs. And it is just a horrible part of business. Hey, Sanchez. But with State of Decay, I was with you all the way. I was even questioning, why is this not in the criteria for exclusivity? What makes State of Decay outside the criteria for that? Why is it getting cancelled when you're already showcasing the game to content creators and getting them to showcase it everywhere? Like, that one doesn't make sense at all. They deserve it purely for the price hike alone. There's no way the system is worth 800. I mean, you're the one that said they shouldn't be subsidizing anymore, so now they're not. They listen to you because you're good buddies with Phil, right? So if anyone wants to blame anyone for that £800 price, like, they should go straight to Steve-O over there. Hey, Devastator. I'll have a look in a sec. Let's see. Let's see. So we got this physical games are over by Mystic. So apparently someone wants me to check that out. So that one looks decent. Burn cash now. Sony starts owning Nothing Y'all. No More Discs by Reforge. GTA. Xbox Dead again from the Dreamcast guy. Man, how many Xbox Dead videos is he going to make? Sony kills games. Rip PS6. Wait, he's actually crying about PS5 and PS6. That's interesting. We'll see if we can check out a couple of these before the end of the stream. Hey, they weren't all DCG. Some of them were different, like Mystic, whoever that is. I don't know who he is, but I've been told it's a good one. But yeah, let's listen to what Greg says about PlayStation.
It's the end of the world as you know it. PlayStation is killing physical games. Physical game disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued starting January 2028. What the fuck timeline are we living in, Andy?
It just feels like it's way too soon. And I wasn't ready for this to happen quite yet.
Can you imagine if Xbox announced that they were doing this? Can you imagine the tone that would be, what the tone would be like right now? It'd be like, what the is he doing? Kind of reaction. It wouldn't be none of this. Oh, what is it that they're doing? I wasn't ready for all of this. Please, somebody say it's not true about my favorite company. It wouldn't be nothing like that. You'd literally be seeing them putting war paint and shit on their faces and getting ready for war.
It's definitely a shocker to wake up to this morning.
Yeah.
It feels like a funeral.
Even if you're somebody who loves digital games.
Mate, a funeral. Jesus Christ. A funeral. Oh my God. A funeral.
Like I do, and had moved away a long time ago from physical stuff. We're talking now about a emergency brake. Sure, the car was slowing down. Now there's this huge lurch of what does this mean for mom and pop resale shops? What does this mean, obviously, for GameStop, in a thing that's always been on the edge? What does this mean for your local library? What does it mean for...
They're getting digital cards of the games. What do you mean? What does it mean? Sony have just said in their article that these stores are going to get nice, shiny cards with a scratch code on them that they can give to consumers for $69.99. Nah, you haven't missed much. We're just going through the main topic at the moment.
Just trying to lend your friend a game and get them into it.
And what sucks about a lot of these like cost-cutting measures is we're not really going to see anything good out of it. Does that mean that employees will keep their jobs longer? Does that mean that people will have more stability?
Wait, how is that how is that you seeing any good out of it? Look, I'm all for, people keeping their jobs and everything, but how does that benefit me? Literally just booked a holiday. Enjoy, my dude. First time link, 100 days. Second time link, we meet up and travel. I've traveled. Guys, do you remember that movie? I can't remember what it's called, but they won the lottery or something, and they were playing this online game, and there was a bunch of online gamers that were being mean to them, and so they went around tracing people's IPs and then knocking on their door and asking them, are you gamer tag or gamer profile, blah, blah, blah. And when they said yes, they would beat them up and then move on to the next one. That's what Steve's going to do. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Yeah. I see Steve doing that. Right. Are you User Prometheus? Yes. Can you just step outside for a second? Just so I don't trespass? Okay. I'm going to have you, son. It was the reviews of their movies? Right. I just remember vaguely that I always remember that I wouldn't ask first. But you might get the wrong person. No one's hearing me. I wanted another drink.
Does that mean that this hobby that we love will maybe go back on an upswing? And like looking at the way the whole industry is going, the answer just seems to be no. It's like, no, that money's for mommy and daddy up top. Sony and Microsoft have given me no reason to believe in them and to trust in their vision.
Why is Microsoft getting involved in this? I don't get it. Why is he even mentioning Xbox in this? This is a Sony decision. What has Microsoft got anything to do with this? Why are they even mentioning Xbox here?
Yeah,
because it's just constant bad stuff after press release, after layoff run. It's just, holy shit, it has been just a barrage.
Everything. It's Xbox. Oh. Hit my toe. Xbox fault. It's that damn Series S's fault. Jesus. I mean, Sony in their investor Q&A, right? They've said they're not chasing MAUs anymore because they're not selling consoles anymore. They're fully going into AI usage, which, no one in the media cares about. Could you imagine if Xbox turned around and said, or Asher said, I'm going to use AI in my games? Can you imagine the outcry that would come from that? But Sony openly says, we are going to use AI, and we have been using it. We just didn't tell you. But now we're openly coming clean that we've been using it, and no one cares. Expansion of usage styles, whatever that means. And they don't intend to sell hardware at a significant loss. As well, is inside their report, they said that they don't expect to sell the same amount of consoles in the next generation, which is telling you already that it's going to be an expensive endeavor. I mean, that's just a running joke at this point, Diablo. That's just a running joke at this point. I mean, Sony killed Gamefly in one tweet. There's that. Right? They killed Gamefly in one tweet. Where is it? That's not it. Maybe it's this one. Oh, here we go. So, breaking news from Domino's Pizza UK. Official statement. In response to trends in the gaming industry, as of 1st April 2027, Domino's UK will cease production of physical pizzas and shift to production of digital pizzas only. Consumers will be able to download our full range of delicious pizza codes and, using the power of imagination, enjoy them in an entirely virtual sense. At the same time, our much-loved Domino hoo-hoo catchphrase will be updated to Domino whose dumb idea was this? You just got a Gamefly hat on stream. Oh, man. Loads of companies are coming out just completely roasting Sony at the moment, but I don't see them reversing this. I'm not saying it's impossible, like I said in my video. There was a KFC one as well, wasn't there? Let me see if I can find a KFC one. And I was planning on going live with this last night, but it got really late, and so I didn't. I was too busy making that video that I made, which I hope you guys enjoyed. I did put a bit of effort into it to try and spice it up and make it a bit more entertaining. Let's see. I'm not seeing the KFC one. Maybe it's the KFC gaming one. Nah, that KFC gaming hasn't posted in forever. Yeah, I can't see it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. If you got a link for it, someone send it to me on DM or something. All I'm seeing is the Supergirl merch. You sent it on Discord? All right, let's have a look. General chat. Wait, where is it? Wait, someone send it to me. KFC ES. Okay, that's why. Okay. We got it. All right. KFC Espanol says, thank you all for your questions. Let me clear up your doubts. Within a month, we'll release a DLC with the sources. Each one will be sold separately. You can pre-order the PNGs of Los Glaciados before they sell out. Within a year, we'll release the fried chicken pass. You'll get our entire catalog for a modest monthly price. VPNs won't be allowed to access menus from other countries, nor sharing the PNGs with friends. If you pirate the PNGs on Pinterest, we'll come to your house. Yo, Steve, you sure this isn't you? Breaking news, KFC will stop offering physical format starting today. Its products can only be consumed through this app in fake PNG format. Yeah, Navy. It's that KFC console was dope. They should have made it a real thing. I don't know how it would have worked, but it would have been dope. But it didn't work in the end. It was a joke. I wish it was a real thing. Are you sure about that? Man, MBG is telling everyone to cancel their pre-orders. and leverage the power you as a consumer still have. Yet, I bet he pre-ordered GTA 6. I bet he pre-ordered it. He didn't care about it then. I just find this hilarious how much they're crashing out over this. Physical console games have historically dropped in price way faster than digital. Of course they have, especially with secondhand games. Why do you think they're doing this? All right, just a question. Is this Rise on the original Xbox? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But yeah, Domino's is at it again, man. Domino's is like, I got you, bro. I got you. Don't worry. But look. To all my, PlayStation bros out there that are really concerned about physicals, I totally understand how you feel. And I do see where you're coming from. And so for all of you that want a physical console, you have the PlayStation 4. You do have a choice. You can still enjoy your physical gaming with the PlayStation 4. Last I checked, he's a Xbox gamer. I mean, I know he plays on PlayStation and everything else like I do, but oh, you're thinking King Fresh. Why on earth would you be thinking him? Let's see. Max has something important to say. Important enough for Jay Barry to quote him. Sega seemed to be making an official console. I don't believe it. It's just going to be a retro console they're trying to monetize. There's no way they're jumping into the market again, especially in this climate.
Check, like for sure. I mean, I get it. That's the reason I've done it. But I think for a lot of us, and for me especially, this is definitely from a point of luxury. This is from a point of luxury. Whenever I get a game that I truly love, I buy a copy of that bitch. Like, I buy a physical copy as well. And a lot of the games that I'm really into, they come from physical copies, and I forget that. Where it's like, oh, I usually just buy everything digitally just for convenience and streamability. I'm in a unique situation. I make videos and shit, right? But if I do have an only digital version, I'm like, shit, this shit bangs, dude. I just want that shit. I want it. I want it to not go away. And I think that's what people are not understanding is that I had to check, like for sure. I mean, I get it. That's the reason.
I don't get it. I still don't get it. Oh, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see, Bruno. Let's hear it. Do you have a link to it? Let me see if I can open it up in... let's see how I can do this. Does that work? That does not. Okay, so we're going to have to do this a different way. Don't worry. I got you, chat. I got you. I'm just going to have to add another video file.
Fuck, I have sat here time and time again trying to just be reasonable. No, I will not shut up, Aiden. You can fuck off. Won't come into my channel tell me to shut up. What are you doing here? You want to go?
Make sure you guys don't tell me to shut up, or you know what you're going to get, right? And I ain't bold.
Find someone who wants to suck off Sony for telling you, oh, fuck you if you want physical media. I'm sure there's plenty of other chumps out there.
Shut
You're
up.
gonna be shitting me.
I ain't bold.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, Aiden, wake up, bro.
Wake up to
Direct
what?
that towards Sony. Say, hey, Sony, why are you doing this? This shit sucks.
Man, that crash out. Hey, look, man, I am not most bold gamer. Look, dude, I at least have hair. He has none. He's covering it up with a cap. You got the other guy with a wig. I got hair. Man, that was insane. That crash out.
Fuck, I have sat here time and time again trying to just be reasonable. No, I will not shut up, Aiden. You can fuck off.
He has a wig. Okay, shut up. I have hair. I ain't bald in any way, shape, or form.
Well, come into my channel, tell me to shut up. What are you doing here? You want to go find someone who wants to suck off Sony for telling you, oh, fuck you if you want physical media. I'm sure there's plenty of other.
Wait, don't all of these guys suck off Sony like there's no tomorrow? Guzzling and the works. So now he's telling you to go to someone else to do it?
Other chumps out there. You gotta be shitting me.
Bulldoze Lounge.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, Aiden, wake up, bro. Direct that towards Sony. Say, hey, Sony, why are you doing this? This shit sucks.
What does that say? I'm really tired of this. This is PC players' fault. They started it, and people saw it was easier to just buy digital and download. The others just followed suit. Blame Gabe. You see, I told you it was Steam's fault. It was always Gabe's fault. I told you. See, this random person called Kane's27. Is that right? Oh, Kane7. I can't clearly see his name. But that random dude over there who probably has no idea what he's talking about or what he's even saying. In fact, he probably got someone else to type that for him. Is telling you that it was Gabe's fault. And that is totally true. My source, someone out there. I have no idea who Code 7 is. Sony fans said it's the Series S's fault. I will fight for Gaben's honor. I know you will. Shield and all. Jeez, man. That was a good one. That was a good one. Man, his crash out was on epic proportions. Jeez Louise. No shield, 2-time sword. No, we can't be having that. We can't be doing that. No, no, no. It needs a shield. We need, and it needs to be a white. It needs to be white. Can't be having none of that rubbish. Talking about 2 swords and nothing else. Where is this? And I can close. But hey, they have kind of lost the plot, haven't they? Where is it? Didn't I have that already? I'm pretty sure I did. Yep. Nope. Man, MBG has been on fire, hasn't he? He's really, really having a meltdown. But look at these guys. Look at these guys, folks. It's Xbox's fault that there's no competition. You know, the same guys that have been saying that they want Xbox dead and they should get out of the hardware market. I know Greg Miller said it, but these have been saying that they should just become a third-party publisher. It shouldn't be. It's because I added that as a video. That's why. All right. You know what? I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Because no one brought me a drink. Look at them. Hey, look, what I'm going to do, Luna, I do not want you chewing these cables, okay? Chewing cables is bad, but I'm going to let you out. Because, you know, it's still too early for you. All right, I'll put that there. All right.
That fucking sucks. This is what happens when you don't have competition in the video game console space. Like, Nintendo are off doing their own thing, and that's great, and we like Nintendo games, but they are not competing directly with Sony. Xbox were the force that were competing directly with Sony, and when there isn't another company there to push these other companies in line
You do now.
with, you know, consumer goodwill and to keep fighting for consumer goodwill to try to best each other, this is what you get.
This is the same people, right, that turned around and said that they want Xbox to go away. They want them to just become a publisher. They want hardware to disappear because they don't want Xbox anymore because of the impending layoffs. And so these are the same people that were running around and in their last week podcast saying that Xbox shouldn't exist. And they were pretty much mirroring and copying exactly what Greg Miller was saying. And now they have the audacity to come out and turn around and say that it's Xbox's fault when these people and the rest of the goddamn fucking media have been wanting Xbox's death for the past 6 years. Well, do you know what, you fuckers? Good. You're getting what you deserve. You asked for it. You wanted it. Now revel in it.
And right now you have an Xbox that is clearly checked the fuck out and does not give a shit about consumer goodwill. And so Sony's going like,
I'm getting my consumer goodwill. I get my games day and date on Game Pass. I'm getting goodwill.
Well, if they don't have to, why the fuck should we? We own like 80% of the market. So yeah, that fucking sucks.
Do you remember what I was saying before? that all these idiots that want Xbox to die, if Xbox disappeared today, Sony would turn around and say, why should we even bother at this point? We don't have to try because there's no competition.
Well, if they don't have to, why the fuck should we? We own
Right.
like.
And now they're saying exactly what I've been saying for the past 3 years. That's all I'm saying. It's always easier to blame others over their own wrongdoing. You are spot on. Ponies are getting their comeuppance. Absolutely. This is exactly what they wanted. They wanted a world where their Sony PlayStation would remain the sole platform for everyone to game on. And we all told them that that isn't a world that you want because no corpo can be trusted. Mate, I don't want Xbox to be the only company out there because I know what Xbox is capable of, Microsoft is capable of doing. I wouldn't want Steam to be the only, PC platform out there because it's clearly visible of what they can do. All it takes is for them to do one major true screw up, and people are going to turn against them. So they're now really just trying to live off what they can right now. All of these corporations, you give them the power, they will trample on you. And the media, the PlayStation fans, whatever fans, anyone basically outside of the Xbox community have wanted Xbox to disappear. And now they're getting a dose of what they asked for and they don't like it. So, like I said before, good. You deserve it. And I hope they do worse. I do. I hope they do worse because they deserve it. Competition is good. That is what I've been asking for all this time. These are the same guys, right? Do you remember last week? These were the same guys. Oh, why is Xbox competing with exclusivity? They shouldn't be competing. They should just put all their games to all platforms and be done with it. And now they're crying that Microsoft isn't competing? Like, talk about a schizo personality here. Like, come on. Just last week, they were talking about how Xbox having exclusives is a bad thing and they shouldn't be trying to compete and they should be putting their games everywhere. And now they're crying about competition? Really? Really? You're going to have the audacity to argue about competition after you were crying about it last week? Fuck off. What a bunch of twats. Steve's already. Oh no, these two, like, when people do double standards like this, it pisses me off because it shows that they have zero credibility, zero integrity, just like Digital Foundry, who turned around and changed their opinion based on public backlash. You can't trust a single word that Digital Foundry says anymore. Because the moment they went back on their word, oh, well, in hindsight, now that we actually had a look at it with DLSS 5, yeah, we kind of agree with it. Now, they gave their honest opinion at the very beginning. But because the community turned around and hounded them, yeah, in hindsight, it was a bit thing. And yeah, we actually agree with all those mobs that are coming at us. We don't want them being upset or unsubbing. So we're just going to pander to what they want to hear and, make sure we keep our viewership up. Am I wrong, though? Am I wrong, though? Screw that angry. That's for Oh. Said they should have waited for public comment before sharing his opinion. They did. They did. So how can you trust anything Digital Foundry says going forward? We are in the waning days of console. We are, dude. We are. I think the next generations are pretty much the end of the consoles. And anyway, Gorsey said he's going to get me off the back of a lorry a nice 5080, so I can go pro PC gaming. That's how good of a scouser he actually is. Emphasis on the off the back of a lorry. Apparently, they sell lawnmowers too. So if anyone's interested, you should give Gorsty a quick nudge. Digital Foundry lost their cred the moment they uploaded. I'm hyped. Let's go try things. They uploaded the Nintendo ad with no input from them. That was crazy, right? I remember that. Like, I don't even understand why they did that. It was for money, I'm guessing, but that was weird. I don't know. It just irks me when you say one thing, and then just for likes and kicks and gig, for engagement, because for whatever reason you're going to change your whole view and stance on something. No, I don't like that. I don't like fake people. Look at your Discord. Man, this was a great game for its time. I swear, if this is what I think, if it's better, you better not be trying to rickroll me now. Look, chat, I'm going to make sure that you don't get rickrolled. And if I do, I'm taking the hit. He did not rickroll me, chat. He did not. Bless him. It's an OG game. It's an OG Xbox game. And this one is just for Steve. It was nice knowing you, Paul. Man, Steve's finger was on that ban button, ready to go. His hand was on that button, waiting for it. I really wish they actually would remake or make a new Blink. Type. It's a shame that Microsoft killed this franchise. And it was their fault as well. Oh, you did the music on this game? Nice. Does that mean if I get copyright strike now, I can come to you? Games were a different breed back then, man. It was vague. It's really weird because the original was so good. And then with the second one, they tried to modernize it way too much, and it flopped hard. And it flopped really, really badly. And Microsoft killed the franchise. And it was Microsoft's decision to modernize it as well. All the decisions that were put into Blinks 2 was from corporate Microsoft. The developers argued against it, saying that it's, you know, it goes against what Blinks is. The heads of Microsoft did not care. They said, we know best. And then they killed the game. They killed the IP. Don't fix what ain't broken? Exactly. People just wanted more Blink. And instead they tried to add this 2-player mode and turn it into a more combat-y platform game. And it just didn't work. And, you know, it sucked. It absolutely sucked. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Man, that logo, only on Xbox. The nostalgia just by that only on Xbox. It's no longer here, boys. We don't have it. It was a good time. It did that bad? I'm not surprised. It really did horrendously bad. Games were coming out for the first time ever. There were no copycats. See, I don't think there's a problem with people copying ideas or utilizing someone else's idea and making it their own. The problem we have today is that there's no... Show me a game out there today that is remotely close to Viva Pinata. Or the likes of Cameo. Those are just two games that instantly pop out. Viva Pinata and Cameo. They weren't like worldwide sellers, but they had their audience. And they were different enough to pique people's interests. There are none? Exactly. Everything now just follows the same model of game. And I think that's a problem. Yo, Soul with the 5 gifted subs. Yo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, my guy. I appreciate you. They go out to Goggle, Shinzo, Treybone, Paul Harris, Blackjack. Thanks so much, dude. I appreciate it. Pacopia is kind of like Viva Pinata. Can you bash them into popping up with sweets and stuff and terrorize them? I was thinking of getting Pacopia because I hear it's like Viva Pinata. Well, according to Bullets, Pacopia only sold about 100 units, which is crazy. If that's not true, you can go and ask Bullets why he said that. I'm not a Pokemon fan or anything to do with Pacopia, so I don't know. But he said it, and he said he never gives false information. Yeah. What sold 100K? Procopia? I mean, yeah, Procopia sold 100K in about 4 seconds of release. Sheffield. Yeah, I'm just messing, man. I know there's a couple of big Procopia fans in here. I just like to tease them. Also reminds me, Xbox's dev said if you want them to come speak at your school, company, or events, they're very happy right now. They're very happy to right now. I might take you up on that, depending on the dev and what they're working on and what insights they can give me live on air and what leaks they can reveal. I mean, they might as well, since everything gets leaked eventually. We can put like a black thing over their face as well, like a square, so no one knows who it is. I'll have their name underneath though, so full disclosure. I need a new Pokemon game for my new Switch too. Procopia is supposed to be a really good one, Goggle. Lots of people seem to like it. Just before COVID hit, we had people from Microsoft come down and showcase the HoloLens. Now that thing is really cool. We were playing some kind of FPS shooter on there. It was really damn cool, man. It's a shame that they couldn't actually get the cost down for that and release it on the Xbox. Screw Procopia, we need a real Pokemon game? Nah, you don't. You really don't. Scrapland? We'll check out that Mystic Ryan video, because apparently he crashes out hard after this. Ancient.
They build a world where humans aren't allowed. A place where robots rule and death is unknown.
Journalism is a risky business. Here in Chimera, people are only interested in death bets.
Wow, what a city! But now, someone has unlocked the power to destroy them all.
They just don't make games like they used to, man.
The Archbishop of Chimera was found dead this morning. Authorities believe it to be a homicide.
The Archbishop's murder is not what it seems, and I think you are the right robot to find out what's happening.
The Archbishop's been killed by an organic being, which you call human, right? There were traces all over the crime scene.
Hello?
Can confirm that the murderer is a crazy human that is
so we got these bits to go. That's the crash out.
You must be human, right? You're not as terrible as they say. This Christmas.
No! Music sounds good, though. This was you, right, Paul? Oh!
One robot.
Restricted area or you'll be willing to negotiate.
Come out! Didn't I have this clip somewhere?
Gotta save them all.
Stop! Get it.
Where is that clip?
I could kick a human's arse. You always say that. You've never even seen one. Yeah? What are you gonna do? Me and my homies
Please.
can kick anything's arse, dude. You're a f***ing too.
Where is it? Okay, there we go. That's the one I wanted. Anyway, I wanted to show this first. I know this conversation was going to come up, so I've said it's been fake, which is really weird because Insider Gaming has posted this like it's actually happening. There has been no indication that Obsidian is up for closure or anything of the kind. Reported this morning that Xbox Obsidian is part of negotiations from Xbox to shut down. It's not true. Now, I'm not saying this because of Jez has posted it. It's just something that popped up that I know I was supposed to talk about today and I forgot because I didn't have anything in terms of posts for this. But yeah, it was Insider Gaming that posted that Obsidian is closing down. I mean, I think Insider Gaming has a kind of hate boner for Xbox at the moment. It's really weird. It doesn't make any sense. Like, no fucking sense at all. But it's crazy just how much bull crap that publication is writing just to get fake clicks. And it's kind of depressing, honestly. But I wanted to put that out there because it's just baloney. It's almost as baloney, right, as this one over here, believe it or not. Because apparently this was circulating around. Security guards have turned up at Rare. Locks are on the doors with the intention of denying entry to most staff. None of that was true either. It's all rubbish. I've been saying that a bunch of horse. Makes no sense to have the dev that's put out the most work and is responsible for a major success. Right, like, and I mean, look at this one. Security guards have turned up at Rare. Really? Locks are on the doors. They've got a movie coming out, for God's sake. It's like, come on, it's so dumb. It's absolutely dumb. Literally every single studio right now at Xbox is going to get name called out and pointed out. It's just fake. It's stupid. Wait until Monday or next week and you'll get all the information you need, man. Don't listen to any of this rubbish. Don't even entertain it by clicking on the links. It's just rubbish. Yeah, like the assembly thing that Schreier posted. Now, I did preface that by saying that, I don't like this guy. I don't really believe what he posts. And it turned out that he was wrong anyway. But I actually know people at Assembly. I've been working with them for quite some time. From the PlayStation side, of course. No one from Xbox. But, hearing that they would have lost their jobs, considering I've been working with about 3 or 4 people quite regularly over on the PlayStation side, I kind of felt bad because I know them, not like personally, but I've worked with them. So, that one was a bit different for me because I actually knew the people there. So I was kind of sad that was happening, but at least they were safe. At least the PlayStation side was anyway. But turns out it was a whole load of baloney anyway. It's just Red Assembly just downsizing. I think Halo Studio, the Coalition, Playground are the only Xbox studios I haven't heard. I've heard Halo Studios. People are throwing everything everywhere right now because there's a 50% chance that they could be correct. And if, you've heard the saying, you throw everything in the kitchen sink at the wall and hope something sticks. And so that's what they're doing right now. And if they go, if one of them miraculously comes out and they're shutting down, they're going to be like, hey, I called it. I said it. I was the first to break it. When it was purely just a random shot in the dark. Remix the old soundtrack of If Blinks was ever to be remade. He was to be the... I know. Blinks was supposed to be the Xbox mascot originally, yeah. And it just didn't work out. It just didn't work out. Definitely should shut Gear Z-Day down. Oof. Someone's about to get banned. They're probably all going to have... Every studio is going to be impacted with layoffs. Like, that much of it, I can almost say for certainty. Every studio is going to feel some form of layoff. It's not just focused on a group of things. It's going to be, company-wide. They're going to downsize from all areas. Some are going to be hit a lot harder. Some are going to be hit very lightly. But it's going to happen to everyone. And once they're at the number that they're happy with, they will continue working from that point forward. And this is why I said, when it comes to Xbox, it's not about where they're at right now. It's where they're going to be by the end, by mid-November. When they have their 25th anniversary, that's when you're going to see where Xbox and what Xbox has become. I mean, there's even talks now talking about how apparently Matthew Ball is they're re-going over the whole of Helix. And I've been talking about this for 2 weeks. He said it like 2 weeks ago that they're rechecking everything. And now it's news that he said that. Like, I don't even understand what's going on. It's like people are going back and picking up old information and old news just so they can post it because Xbox. All right, let's check this one out because apparently the crash out is real and I'd really like to see it. 2% is a big number for Xbox. Well, for Microsoft. But 2% is a small number when you consider it.
All right, we have some absolutely shocking, terrible PlayStation news going on. I'm getting inundated with messages about what recently was just announced. By
the way, who is this guy? I'm not just saying that to be hyperbolic. Who is he? Because I hear a lot of people talking about him in a kind of heightened state, like he's someone important. I genuinely don't know who he is. Still worried Ball is... Not inundated, in a heightened state. He's a big PlayStation streamer? Okay. Prob's the biggest? I've never heard of him. Temu Sean Ashmore? I could see that. He is the top PlayStation YouTuber. He's a pony, but he tends to be more reasonable. Okay. All right, cool. I wasn't like trying to be hyperbolic here. I've just never heard. I've heard the name once or twice, but I've never watched him. And I'd say I've probably heard his name being mentioned 2 or 3 times outside of today in the last 5 years. So I don't really know anything about this guy at all. That's why I was asking, because it seems a lot of people are kind of mentioning his name a lot now, and I didn't know. So thank you for updating me.
I'm barely awake right now. My voice is very groggy as I discuss this, but hot off the heels of this news, let's immediately dive into what we heard on the PlayStation blog. We have 2 big...
Question is he better than me, though? Is he better than me?
announcements. The PS3 and Vita stores are closing down. They tried to do this in 2021. Seems like they're now locking this in for very soon, this year or next year. So Mexico, Honduras, Nicaragua, the PlayStation Store on PS3 will close starting August 2026. And then additional Latin America, Middle Eastern countries, the PlayStation Store on PS3 will close starting.
He's almost near 1 million, so he's nowhere near my stature of subs and greatness and stuff. Okay, I get it. I understand. He's still got ways to go. Hey, what up, Force? It's cool that he's actually covering this news, because this one just went completely just under the radar. No one cared about PlayStation and 3 and PS Vita stores closing. I mean, at some point it was going to happen, but it sucks that it is happening.
Late 2027, or late 2026 rather, and then in all other countries, PS Store on PS3 and PS Vita will close in July 2027. They do say you will still be able to re-download content for the foreseeable future after the closing date. So that's one element. And for those,
so what they're saying is, if there's games out there that you want to buy that's digital, go and buy all of them right now. In fact, pull out that credit card, max it out, and buy everything the store has. So when it comes to the store closing, you have access to every single game, including My Little Pony, Barbie's Day Out, and all of it.
that have been keeping up with the predictions that we've done on ClickR3, and I don't know if I made these predictions for the main channel, but I was suspecting that the PS3 and Vita store actually didn't have that much time left. We went from 2021 to possibly 27. We got a lot more time out of it. I'm, of course, not happy with that. The more shocking news, undeniably, is this. On the PS blog, again, physical disc production ending in January 2028 for new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. In response to shifting trends in consumer preference, new games will be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. This post written by Sid Schumann. He's going to be taking all the heat for this one. As consumer preferences and the broader entertainment industry continues to shift away from physical discs to digital, disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued starting January 2028. Following this date, new games will be available only on the PS Store and retailers in digital formats only. This transition will have no impact on games that are already released or will be releasing prior to January 2028 in disc format. This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adopt the consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical discs. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I mean, look, so this is my gut reaction right off the right out of my bed, right? And then like doing that, like that meme of the guy. What? Looking at my phone. So I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked. The thing is, right? So like for a long time, I can't even speak. A long time, I'm like, okay, we got one more generation out of PlayStation.
Was even up.
You know, if I was a betting man, I would have put money on PlayStation 6 is going to have it, and then everything after, no. It's crazy the sort of surprises we've had lately, right? With, for example, Nintendo Switch 2. I mean, going into that console, it was a very, their model has been definitely about 50-50 for digital and disc for sales ratio. Disc, I say, game cards, you know what I mean? So we were
just to point out, Star Traffic, I don't care about the layoffs. I just don't. It doesn't impact me in any way, shape, or form. People have different opinions about it. They've argued with me about it. That's fine. Everyone's got their own opinion. I literally don't care. It doesn't impact me. The assembly ones did impact me because I needed people there, and I was sad about that one. But people come, people go. Studios come, studios go. It's just a thing. So for me, losing your rights is way more important. So I know you want to come at it from a console warring perspective. It's got nothing to do with that. I just thought I'd give you the time of day because you did actually respond. And yeah, so that's why I personally believe that's the case. You can clip that. I don't really care. But I believe losing your rights is way more important than something that isn't going to impact you in any way, shape, or form in your personal life.
always expecting like, oh, we're going to have proper physical media on that device. And instead we got game key cards, which based on the high price tag of that storage medium, it's actually, not really viable for a lot of publishers to buy the full 64 gig game card. They buy the game key cards instead because they're a little bit cheaper. But Nintendo still does a weird thing where they don't offer a way to install the game locally from the game card to the Switch 2, which is the way that we've been playing games on PS4 and Xbox One since those consoles shipped, which permeated into the series consoles and PlayStation 5. But I digress. I thought for sure PlayStation 6 will have it. And my concern going into PS6 was, how compliant is that, right? Like I thought we would get discs, but it's more a matter of would we get PS6 printed games? I thought, yeah, probably, but it likely wouldn't be a super
Like, I know people are saying, and I said this in my video yesterday as well, that PlayStation 6 won't have a disc drive. But what if it will, right? That, just because they're releasing all their games digitally doesn't necessarily mean that they can't release an add-on for those that want to use their older PS5 and PS4 games on the PS6. There's no reason why they can't release a small quantity of disk drives for the 15% of gamers who do have it, to just put it out there, price it at like $150, $200, and for those that want it, buy it. They can profit off the people that want to go physical and do it that way. And I swear this is becoming a safari in here with the amount of bugs flying around me. But anyway, like, why couldn't they do that? Who's going to make the drive? I mean, whoever made the original PS5 and PS5 Pro drive, right? Do they even do backwards compatibility? I mean, the PS5 can play PS4 games. I don't think they go any further back than that. But they don't want to build the drives. I mean, they don't have to build the drives, right? They can license it out to someone else so they can do all the heavy lifting. What I'm saying is, these drives could cost them $100 to make, and they can just put it on the shelves for $200. They make 100% profit on it, and their sole purpose of these drives that are going to be in limited supply, right? In short, because not everyone wants, a disk drive. They'll make 100% profit off it. What's stopping them from doing that? Yeah, partner with some third party. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Woodpit. Like, I don't see why they couldn't do this. Y'all don't have Windows. Why do ponies turn the console into a lifestyle? It's weird, all that pony memorabilia and stuff, that the stacks of PlayStation boxes. Man, I don't even have... one of the main reasons I stopped collecting physicals was space. That's why, there's certain games, if they release like a nice collector's edition, like they did with the Indiana Jones one, Starfield, Gears, I really liked, I buy those. And I find a place to put the figurines because I really like it. And then I'll probably end up buying the digital version of the game anyway, because I don't do physicals. But I just don't have room for physical discs. I just don't have room for it. I don't live in a big enough place where I can just have stacks and stacks of physical games sitting there. Don't get me wrong, though. If they ever one day want to go and trade all that in, they're gonna have a nice little tidy packet sitting waiting for them at whatever store they're going to.
Thing. I think a lot of publishers would maybe start dropping out of that. Sony would be just very compliant in the sense that maybe they'll offer a disk drive, but will it be properly molded into the design of the box, whereas nowadays with PlayStation 5, for example, it's a detachable drive and you've got that front cover where it's a little bit aggressive of a slope. It's not quite as grooved as the original PlayStation 5 design. And when you think about console design and long term and how it's the drive is properly fixed to the console in such a manner where it was meant to be there to begin with, it's just that's what I was wondering is how is that going to be for PSX? More so, we had a report from Tom Henderson that based on what he'd heard, and this report was, I think, a year ago now at this point, maybe over a year ago, But Tom's been incredibly reliable with sources at PlayStation. He's been very well sourced, in particular for the hardware side of things. And so he had a report about PlayStation 6 having a 2 SKU option. One would be digital, one would have a disk drive, and it would be a detachable drive again. So, based off that reporting alone, I thought, okay, well, that's very encouraging news, right? You had Sean Layden, formerly the chairman of SIE, of Worldwide Studios. His opinion at the time, and he's no longer with PlayStation, obviously, but his opinion was, okay, well, PlayStation has a responsibility to keep printing discs, to keep offering discs, to serve these key markets that, the availability of offline media is still very important. Something like even sports stars carrying consoles around to hotels and things like that. So internet's not always a reliable option, or military bases. He says PlayStation's really popular there. So, he was of the opinion that, they're going to still keep doing it. So it's shocking. I would not have thought this was going to be a thing whatsoever. So PlayStation 5 is now our last disc console for PlayStation. And they're not outright saying it, but January 2028 is
for God's sake.
incredible...
I was talking to my son. Okay. What I was saying was, look, chat stopped. Okay, I get it. What I was saying was in response to wow, it's quite far up. Someone said, where is it? Man, I've got to stop. People need to stop coming into the room and talking to me. Yes, I understand. What would Sony do? Ban a publisher from using 2028 digital PlayStation stores if they make a call. It's not about banning them. It's more about they're getting people ready and used to the fact that this is happening. They're giving them notice as of 2028. We are personally done with physical. And it's also giving them a strong indication that the next console will be a digital console. Now, even if they do go down the route that I'm saying to have a external drive that will plug in, that will allow your PS5 and PS4 games to run, there will probably be something in the code that will prevent PS6 games from booting as a disc, because they want you to go full digital. What they don't want anymore is secondhand games. They want to be able to profit off everything. They want to control everything, and that is exactly what they're going to do. And by going full digital and providing these digital cards to retailers like GameSpy or whatever, these shops like Game and whatnot, they're also complying with the new lawsuit that's currently pending by them not, holding the games and digital games restricted to themselves. So they're basically killing two birds in one stone. They clearly want a all-digital future for a number of reasons. Number one, the cost of the boxes and everything and the discs, it's not a lot, maybe 40 or 50 million, but that's still 50, 60 million that they're going to save. Additionally, no more secondhand games, which means they don't lose any money, right? They lose a ton of money in secondhand games. People borrowing games means that, that's money lost. It's great for you and me, and I'm not disputing that at all. The fact that I can get a game and share it with a friend and then they can play it because they couldn't buy it, but they don't want that. They want you to buy it, and then him to buy it, and then them to buy it, and then them to buy it, because they want themselves. They don't want a Spider-Man 2 situation where you walk into Computer Exchange 4 days after the game is released, and I've got 50 copies of the game on the shelves secondhand that the retailer takes all the money and they don't. They want that money because they're the ones that bloody built the game. And therefore, that's the problem with secondhand. Now, it wasn't a big problem when games used to cost 50 quid to make, but now that they cost 400 million to make, it's a bit more of a big deal. So Sony is giving people until 2028. Get ready, get prepared, because the future of PlayStation gaming is an all-digital outlet. And if they don't supply a disk drive with the PlayStation 6 or prevent it from reading it, these outlets don't have any choice but to make it full digital. And then at that point, you have a choice as a consumer, right? You can either go full PC, which gives you a wider choice of all digital games. And let's be realistic, PlayStation release, 2 games a year that are digital? They've committed to one at the very least, but they can do more than one. And before you say there's all these third-party games that are exclusive as well, they generally land on PC day and date as well. That's kind of like the deal that they have with the third-party games. So you're only going to be missing out on one or two games, but you're going to have the breadth of every other game out there, probably including Half-Life 3 at some point. I mean, that's probably never going to happen, actually. But that's why, right? That's the reason why. It's not like they're turning around and telling publishers they can't do it. For publishers, it's just not in their interest to do it. They make more money making it digital because they keep a lot more of the money. They don't have to go into, press and get the discs sorted, get the case and the paper pamphlet sorted. It costs pennies, I know, but it all adds up. So the lawsuit that's with Sony at the moment is that they basically control PlayStation Digital Store. You can't go to any other outlet out there to buy a PlayStation Digital purchase and be able to play, use it on your PlayStation Store. You can't go to another website to do that. And because of that, they kind of control their walled garden, and they are basically controlling the price of it. Whereas with Xbox, you can go to other websites that sell Xbox games. You can go to Loaded. You can go wherever you want. Same with PC. You can go to different websites and get your games you want. You've got Fnatic. You've got all these websites, Green Man Gaming, whatever. You've got the choice. So Steam isn't the only one controlling it. Even though they're the biggest storefront, they're not the only storefront. But with PlayStation, digitally, it's the only storefront. And so the law case is basically saying that, they can't do that. But now, by them going all digital and saying, right, in 2028, we are not only going to go all digital, but we're going to comply with what the courts have wanted as well. And so they're telling the courts this case is pointless now, because by 2028 January, because you need to give us time, and courts are obliged to do that, we are going to provide exactly what you want, which is choice, to all other outlets to sell the games digitally, and jobs are done. Oh my God, Bags has said PlayStation dead. Oh my God. Quick, someone go and check on Satan. Hell must have frozen over. Please, I want Humble Bundle Xbox Play Anywhere bundles. Oh, mate, that would be insane. That would be sick. That would be sick. I might email them just to say, hey, have you ever considered doing this? Wouldn't developers already know what the PS6 is going to be? No, because I don't think Sony fully knows what the PS6 is going to be yet. They'll know the specs and the hardware, but the composition of it, no. That's way too... You can do that, Susano, because you know them? You should do it. Let me know what they say. But yeah, they wouldn't, the finite details of what the console is, they won't, but they'll have an idea of what the specs are, because usually you want to give developers a couple of years, a few years heads up on roughly what the specs are going to be so they can start developing for your new console.
Lead time of them, this is like a courtesy thing in their view, right? It's like, oh, well, we're not going to be doing discs anymore, so we want to let our customers know over a year ahead of time that, hey, maybe you should start buying your games digitally. You might start.
So that thing, Navy, I've heard that Steam used to do that, but they don't do that anymore. I don't know how true that is, but I know they used to do it. There's lots of documented evidence that they did. But apparently they don't do that anymore. I personally don't believe it. I still think they do, but that's just me.
Or you might want to start getting used to that idea before you get some shell shock from...
No, they don't.
Shell shock, but before you get blindsided by the news that, hey, when we finally show off PlayStation 6, don't be upset that it doesn't have a disk drive. And now there's just so many other questions, right?
You see, he just said exactly the same thing, right? Listen to what he's saying. He said exactly what I just said.
6, don't be upset that it doesn't have a disk that, but our customers know over a year ahead of time that, hey, maybe you should start buying your games digitally. You might want to start getting used to that idea before you get some shell shock from, or not shell shock, but before you get blindsided by the news that, hey, when we finally show off PlayStation 6, don't be upset that it doesn't have a disk drive.
See? That's exactly what I said. They're giving you a year and a half advance notice that this is the future that's coming. So get prepared. If you still want to buy your physical games, that's fine. But when we unveil the PS6 and it doesn't have a disc drive, you can't say that you wasn't notified. You can't say that you wasn't told, because we gave you 18 months to get used to this trajectory or this way of business. It's on you now. Valve allows studio publishers to resell their game keys. They condone it, but would rather they don't. They all know it's a huge part of the Steam market. Goggle, what Valve was saying was, if you price your game cheaper than what we price it here over at Valve on Steam, we will remove the game off Steam. That was the threats that Steam was giving to publishers, which is nasty. Right? Now, Steam is within their right to do that, but with the amount of power that Steam has over the PC market, being the biggest PC platform, for gaming, that's also a form of bullying, because they know that no matter what, people are going to go to Steam. 9 out of 10 people will go to Steam, and so if you don't release your game on Steam, chances are it's not going to sell well. And so when you turn around and say, hey, I know you got your own launcher, and I know you want to try and give yourself a little bit of a chance at competing with me. But if you do that, I'm just going to take it off my store and your game can die in the dust. You see, that's when you start getting into uncomfortable territories, and when regulators and stuff and people start to notice and get involved in more legal ways. It starts to become very anti-competitive.
And now there's just so many other questions, right? Because for somebody like me that has all that shit back there, how am I going to be able to play my PS4 and PS5 games?
But they don't.
Will they be here? Will there be a very basic compliant option of an add-on disk drive accessory where it just plugs in via USB-C, right? And now we're kind of hearkening back to the HD DVD add-on on 360, where that very much feels like an afterthought.
Man, he's literally just saying what I've just said. It's almost like our minds are literally working in sync. This is crazy.
So it's not at all remotely a part of the console's core design principle. Now I think, I mean, like right off the cuff of this news, now I'm thinking that's got to be the best case scenario, is that we no longer get PS6 printed games. And if you want backwards compatibility, you have to buy this separate drive that just you have to tuck away somewhere. 'cause it just looks
Exactly,
like a
Chili.
silly
100%.
afterthought thing that's hanging on by a wire. It's shocking news. It's terrible, and you know it's something that I always advocate for is physical media, solid gold masters, having something fully playable and installable offline. And now that's over. We now know when that's going to be ending for PlayStation. It's awful news. This is like just as I'm seeing it. There's no other way to put it. Like it's terrible. But
man, it would have been hilarious if that cat just bit the disc. Have a good night, Paul. If that cat just bit that disc, that would have been hilarious.
It's very clear to me that no amount of pushback is probably going to get them to reverse on the PS3 Vita store. I think
yes,
that's
you can,
locked
Paul.
in. I hate to say it, but it's like, man, we got 6 extra something years out of that. So, you know, it's good. But, you know, now we have to start having that conversation of advocating for the proper way to, you know, dump your digital games on PlayStation. And there's various ways to do that.
Look, here's my question, right? How if the PS Vita store is closing, how can you now play PS Vita games? Considering I'd say about 80% of those games were only digitally released. How can you actually play them? Because a huge chunk of the Vita games were only digitally released. They weren't released in physical format. In fact, physical just went down the drain very early on in the Vita. No, but let's say, for example, Undertale. I don't own it. The store goes down, and I want to buy it. I want to play it on my Vita. How do I do it? PS Vita Retro Launch. Well, then you can't. So basically, people are going to go. So what you're saying is the only way now to access those games is through piracy. See, what I think they should do, instead of going down the route of just completely destroying all of it, the PlayStation 5 is powerful enough to have a Vita emulator on there. It is, right? So why not just move it, instead of it being on the Vita, because I don't want it to be there, and just move the whole thing over to the PlayStation and have like a retro corner. You know, they could have an app called the Retro Corner where you can jump in there for your PSP and your PS Vita games and your PS1 games, and they could just sell them there. That way, they don't have like a separate infrastructure now set up for the Vita. It's all living under the PlayStation online umbrella. Like, wouldn't that work? Hey, Steve, have a good night, but my dude. Take care of that health, dude. With the Vita, there actually was a real reason to require physicals. Yeah, those damn memory cards, they had no memory. The games you purchase can still... No, I get that, but what about like other games that you don't have? That's what I'm saying. Because they would need to relicense every game. What they do, it's still living under the PlayStation umbrella. And it's still running technically off the Vita. It's not going to run off any PS5 tech hardware. No, I get that, Combat. Do you think that Sony actually care about people pirating PS Vita games? Probably not, to be fair. I don't think they care anymore. The fact that they're closing the store pretty much sums up how much they care. I'm just thinking of a way for those game preservationists out there that want these games to live on. The only way that can happen now is through piracy, right? And, I don't condone piracy, but if that's going to become the only way you can play these games on your Vita, kind of sucks. Because screw going to a shop and paying them 900 quid for a game. No, I know you can't get them, but surely there's something that because they want to shut down the whole PS3 infrastructure and the whole Vita infrastructure, so they make those two hardwares obsolete. They basically die. But those two hardwares can die, but their games can live on in another form on the PS5, is what I'm saying. I get the licensing issue, and I'm sure there's at least their first-party games, if they release any, could live on. Or maybe they can come, have those discussions and save a few. I don't know. Just a thought. Jeffy had a good point about making like a non-profit for preserving old stuff. Yeah, but the problem is people want money. It's all about money in the end, right? It's like NVIDIA basically stopped Microsoft because the original Xbox ran off the NVIDIA chip, right? So a lot of the games on the original Xbox use the NVIDIA codec. Because they use the NVIDIA codec, they can't work on the Series X in backwards compatibility because NVIDIA said, if they're running off that codec, you need to give me licensing money. And then Microsoft said, yeah, we're not going to do that because the amount of people that probably want to play these games is going to be like maybe 5 or 10. So you could be a nice guy and turn around and just say, you know what, we're just going to let you do it. Or you can be an arsehole and say you want to monetize us for it and we'll just not do it. And so they said, we're just going to be the arsehole and monetize you. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. And then, of course, Microsoft said, do you know what? Because you're that asshole, we're going to give you all our games for your GeForce Now. And so Microsoft bent the knee again.
The proper way to, dump your digital games on PlayStation, and there's various ways to do that. And so you should be doing that for just the sake of making sure that content is preserved for a long time for you. But with the physical media stuff, I mean, the fact that they're posting this now is very clearly telegraphing that, hey, this next console, it's not going to be the primary way that you enjoy and buy games on that system. We're not printing PlayStation 6 games. If they offer a separate drive thing, I think that's now our most optimistic outlook. But it seems quite clear that based on this post, they are trying to telegraph that PlayStation 6 will not be offering discs in a meaningful way. And this handheld, I've been also telling people for a long time that thing was never going to be able to play discs or some sort of physical media variant, right? That was going to be a very digital device as well. So both these machines that's going to be the primary way moving forward. It's a shame. It's a big shame, especially because a lot of first-party titles oftentimes can lean very physical. It's not like they're the majority, but we've seen a number of situations from the UK or from here in the US where, physical sales of high-profile PlayStation Studio games like an Astrobot will do pretty well, a meaningful amount physically. It was only a few years ago that some of those games we saw from the Insomniac breach that they were upwards of 50% for physical sales. So, I mean, things change very fast. They're hitting new highs every.
I mean, don't forget, right? Look, people have been wondering, this came out like out of the blue. But did it really come out of the blue when this device exists? I don't know if it can come out because of the crazy black screen, but this device exists. And so if you've got an all-digital console, you got more games on this. And so they want this to sell more. And now they're talking about releasing their own handheld, which potentially is going to be the PlayStation 6S, and play the games at a lower spec, but also be able to remote in and play your digital games. It's all been pushing towards that. All of this stuff has been pushing towards it. It's like it's been this one big giant kind of game that they've been playing that has kind of been rolling and rolling, and they've been taking baby steps. Don't forget, the Japanese don't like doing giant moves, right? They're not like the British or the Americans where we just rip the band-aid off and say, screw it, it's happening. In Japan, they like to take it very slowly and do it gradually so people don't get that sudden shock. It's a cultural thing. And so they've been taking these small movements and kind of moving in that direction, but it's been going ever since. It's been heading that way. And, now they're finally at the point where they're ready to unveil it. There's a specific word that the Japanese call, starts with a K, if I remember correctly, but I can't remember what it is. I can't remember what the actual word is, but it's a specific Japanese cultural thing. Kaizen, something like that. I should know that term, and I forgot it. Yeah, I can't remember it off head. But even with the all-digital release of the Slim, right, where they released it without the drive, the PS5 Pro coming without the drive, it's all been pushing to this all-digital future. They've just been doing it ever so slowly, coming out with like an add-on afterthought for the drive, for these consoles to say, hey, it's an all-digital console, but you can, get a drive add-on for an extra bit of money. And so it's all just kind of been edging this way. This isn't like completely out of the blue. This decision that's happened was always going to happen because, well, there's number one, it's what they truly wanted to get rid of the secondhand market. And number two, there's no competition because, people didn't want competition. They want Xbox dead. And the moment Xbox tries to compete in any way, shape, or form, they're bad guys for trying to compete. The media destroys them. The community destroys them. The public PR destroys them. Everyone destroys them. So when you give a corporation that much power so they can do anything and everything they want, don't be surprised when the first thing that they look at is the bottom line and how they can make their shareholders richer. Because that's how businesses work. Yeah, but those games aren't going to change, right? They're just going to turn into cards. They're going to take less shelf space and allow them to have more merch around. Be able to stock those shelves with other stuff that they can sell. As far as a retailer is concerned, they'll be able to offer more variety in their store. It's a win-win situation.
Order for the digital sales ratio that they disclose on the investor relations portal. But it sucks. It sucks. I'm gonna have to go upload this and then go mourn my physical games over there, which will still play for the foreseeable future for a very long time on the hardware that I have now. But it is a dark day for next gen. It is a dark day for consumer rights. It's a dark day for PS3, for Vita, and I think we should all go hold our Blu-ray drives just a little tighter, a little closer today. All right, that's my immediate response. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you.
It's a decent video. I thought there's going to be a lot more crashing out, but no, it was actually a level-headed response. I think it was actually a good video. Kintsugi or Kaizen? Yeah, I think it was Kaizen. Because I remember it had a Z in it. I think it was the Kaizen theory. EF, to be fair, Chaos, Xbox did previously say, I think that was more Satya, right? That said that. No one should be listening to Satya. But they did say it. That's true. And when you think about it, right? Google had their Stadia. They're gone. Amazon had their gaming studios and Luna. They're gone. Who was the last one that they said? It was Google, Amazon, and there was one more. I can't remember who that one was. But I assume they're gone as well. So in terms of a thing, what is it? The three companies that they said, they kind of took them all out. No, I actually like his videos. I actually like this video. It's way level-headed. I'll subscribe to it. Hey, you guys saw it. I subscribed. You know, it wasn't a clickbaity, rage-baity, or anything like that. It was actually a nicely discussed video. I actually liked it. It was a good one. It's called A Wall of... It's the difference between a fan of PlayStation and ponies. Or like calm composure. Yeah, I think that's the one though, Susano. The only good thing about the end of physicals is the end of those video game collectors with walls of discs. I just don't have those. I mean, I have them for Final Fantasy, but I really like Final Fantasy. I even have like figurines of Final Fantasy in the back, which you probably can't see because of the green screen. Even like Final Fantasy 14, I just recently bought the Aetheryte, which was a little, I paid a bit more than I should have paid for it, which, I'm not going to disclose the price because of things being set up above, and I'm not going to put myself into that position. But outside of like specific franchises, I don't normally buy physical games. Google, Amazon, and Apple. I mean, Apple Gaming, it doesn't exist. So they have their arcade thing, and that didn't really do anything. But they've kind of taken, Google and Amazon kind of just disappeared. In Satya's view, he thought they were going to be on the world scale, and Amazon and Google weren't really there. Meta's different, right? That's VR. Microsoft isn't involved in the VR market. Hey, Force. Remain legend, my dude. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you, man. I told you he's one of the more reasonable. Yeah, no, I liked it. See, this is the type of PlayStation channel I like. Right? Where he's actually talking about stuff that actually think. He's got, his views are a bit less than what I would normally get. I'm usually hitting about, 2K views, 1.5K. So he's nowhere near the views that I would be getting. But I believe in him. He's got some ways to go, but he'll get there. I believe it. I believe he'll get there. He'll get there someday. I believe in you, Mystic. You can definitely get there at some point. Just keep plugging away. Hey, I actually saw a game on Netflix today called Unhinged, I think. Let me see if I can actually find it. Let me put this on while I see. It actually looked interesting. It's apparently the game takes 30 minutes to complete. And it's here it is. And it was really weird. I mean, it's a weird game that Netflix would make. The whole game takes about half an hour to finish. But apparently you can just play it, and it's kind of weird. I can see this actually having issues with certain people because it's a game based on home invasion. Oh, no, don't get me wrong, S. I'm not saying that there isn't. But some time ago, I turned around and I actually asked for a PlayStation channel because I enjoy PlayStation games, right? I enjoy PlayStation games. I've got a PlayStation 5 Pro. that didn't fall off the back of a lorry that I, paid for, and I enjoyed the games. I enjoyed Saros. I enjoyed Returnal. They're really good games. Ragnarok 2018 was a great game. I mean, not Ragnarok. God of War 2018 was a great game. Ragnarok was a pile of shit. Astrobot was one of my favorite games of the year. I gave it a 9.3 out of 10. So it's not like I hate PlayStation games. But what I was looking at is I see so many podcasts that don't talk about, covering a bit of the news is one thing. And sure, you may have come into the stream and we're talking about PlayStation today, but this is an anomaly. 99.999% of all my streams either focus on the widespread gaming news, which is technically what's happening here, and Xbox. And I covered, the news with layoffs and all of this. And so I keep it centrally focused to that. But until Monday, there's not really anything to talk about when it comes to Xbox news. But I try to keep it centralized. And if there's anything else that's outside of that bubble, I cover that, somewhere in the middle or at the end and fill in those gaps over there. But when I look at other people's streams, like Mooch, for example, it's just 99% Xbox. They don't talk about PlayStation at all. You look at other ones, all they do is talk about that. So I actually asked some time ago, are there actually any PlayStation-centric channels that actually talk about PlayStation? And there was a couple that they mentioned, but Mystic actually never came up, surprisingly. There was this Irish couple. I forgot what their name is now, but I've got them saved on my YouTube that I watch every now and then, where they go basically head-to-head in games focused on PlayStation because that's their preferred platform. And they're actually quite funny, especially when they're drinking. Can't go wrong with a bunch of Irish lads and drinking. But, it was just one of those things. And I'm not saying that there isn't the same existing around on Xbox. Of course there is. But I also know who they are and who they aren't. And I avoid those people because I already know them because I'm part of that circle. I just couldn't find any on the PlayStation side. And when I put out a question of, are there any PlayStation channels out there? I got absolutely destroyed. Almost no one came out and actually recommended anything. Man, even Colin Moriarty came after me. Me, I'm a nobody. Anyway, let's check out this one. If you like PlayStation games, that was like pure nostalgia.
Let's just find a hotel for the night.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, meet you downstairs in 10 minutes. Oh, hey, while you're in there, grab my sweater.
And where?
Your room. I see you in there.
Claire, I'm not in my room.
I told you it wouldn't come to PlayStation. To PC.
I'm like 85% sure I saw someone standing in your bedroom.
There's no one else here, okay?
What's going on? Ava, there's someone! No. He's coming. Hi.
Oh my god.
The fire escape. Climb out the window. Go.
It's stuck.
Pry it open.
Right, Baker.
Fuck. It's okay.
Where the fuck is that screwdriver?
You got this. Just keep moving.
God, I don't want to die. Oh my god. Come on, motherfucker.
That looks pretty good, right? I know, it looked pretty good. Apparently the whole game is like half an hour long, so it should take me about 4 hours to complete it. But might be something that we check out over at Twitch. I think it looks pretty decent. Obviously, if I get access to Black Flag Resync tomorrow, I'll be playing that. Still haven't decided if I'm going to go with PC or Xbox, though. I don't even know what they've got available, if they do have any available for me. This looks the usual Sony movie slot. I like the Sony movie slot. I like their cinematic games, but that's me, man. I know a lot of people don't, but I like heavily intensive story-driven games. But it looked fun, and it's only half an hour long. Hopefully they don't charge you for it, though. But if they do, maybe it's like a couple of quid. I don't know. It looked interesting. But you know, the PlayStation community has been firing back, and they are not happy. EM says, fire Sony and PlayStation leadership, fire Totoki, fire Holst, fire Nishino, Sid. Wait, who's Sid? You can get it too. F you all, F PlayStation, U2 PlayStation EU. Who's Sid? Never heard of this guy. If you're reading this, a simple thing you can do is cancel your GTA 6 pre-order until at least November 12th when preloading will begin. Functionality, it'll make no difference to you. Symbolically, it'll send the right message at the key moment. I mean, I'm getting it for Xbox anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But, you know, it is what it is. Sid is the actual good person in Toy Story. So, wait. That's even more random. Why is Sid in here? So, oh, wait. It's actually a person, Sid Schumann. Okay. This is the biggest FU to everyone who's had a PlayStation console. FU Sony. MBG won't be buying the PlayStation 6 if it doesn't support physical games. We all know he's going to buy it. I mean, I think even PlayStation knows he's going to buy it. Hey, Negan, thank you for the new membership. I appreciate you. We are now at 6 out of 25 for the month. Awesome stuff. Maybe this month we'll hit 25 and see what's in store for you guys. MBG again, reminder, Sony wanted to shut down the PS3 store when the PS5 released. They reversed the course due to pushback. And I don't think you got the memo that they're shutting it down now. So it didn't really last that long. Well, I guess it lasted a few years, right? They tried to force PC players to link PSN accounts for Helldivers 2. Yeah, that was a little bit different as well because they sold it to countries that weren't allowed to have PSN. So they would be in a bit of a legal bind there if they didn't do that. The revisionist history here is pretty strong with this one. They reverse course due to pushback, and it will be interesting to see if they reverse course now. But I think, right, Sony played the biggest Uno reverse card they possibly could. They played, they did this in such a genius way. It's crazy, right? And I think the only reason they announced this yesterday instead of announcing it on Friday is because they were scared. They were genuinely scared that Microsoft would start announcing the layoffs as soon as this Friday, which is always possible for tomorrow, right? It's always possible. They're supposed to be announcing it on Monday. That's when the layoffs are supposed to be formally announced. Oh, there's a helicopter outside. But it's always possible that they can announce it a few days earlier or at least start with it. And so what they wanted to do was get this news out there and say, right, we're going to get a lot of flack for this, but it's only going to last for about maybe 2 days if Microsoft decide to say, hold my beer, we're coming in for the rescue, and announce the layoffs on Friday, then no one's going to care about this and everyone's going to be focusing on the layoffs and we're on the home run. Now, if their hopes that Microsoft announce it on Friday doesn't happen, then they've got the whole weekend to deal with it, to basically just ignore the backlash. And then come Monday, when the layoffs get announced, then they're down the home run again. I think that's what they were banking on. Have you noticed that nobody aged lower than 30 cares about this PlayStation news? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. The only people that care about any form of rivalry is the OG generation of gaming. You won't find anyone today that's, somewhere in the age of 10 to 25 that remotely cares, because more than likely they're probably PC gamers. Right? It's weird, but it is what it is. Like, I turn around to my kid and go, "Hey, you gonna play GTA 6? Nah, not interested." I said, "Why? Is it because it's not on PC? Because I'm getting it on console. You can play it here." And no, it's just not interested. Okay. The games they're interested in are the games that they can play multiplayer with their friends, and that's it. They're multiplayer games like. Have you seen that new Chameleon game? Let me find it for you. There's this new Chameleon game, right? That's doing the rounds at the moment. That they're all over. They absolutely love it. It's crazy. It's doing insane on Steam at the moment. Is there like a trailer for this? I don't know if there's a trailer. I don't think they're bothered with a trailer. It just went viral, and that's it. Is there? There's someone playing it live. Is there a trailer for this game? Man, the bad thing about living in the forest is that there is so many. Oh, there is a trailer. Okay, here we go. It's only 21 seconds, but it works. It's this game, and it's doing absolutely gangbusters right now, making them millions. And so the whole concept of this is that you basically go camouflage yourself somewhere, and people have to come and find you and shoot you, and it's basically hunters versus hiders. Hide and seek, basically. Like, I've seen people literally putting themselves on the Mona Lisa and then actually drawing the parts missing from, like, proper artists. Like, it's crazy what they're doing on this. It's crazy. Like, let me find you something. And so the whole idea is this.
This game is like a psychological test.
It is.
It's
because like we get the names above them.
So now they're you basically hiding, whistling, and they're trying to find you.
They were like different.
He's right there. He's camouflaged himself as the meat.
No,
and these sorts of games are rampant on PC. People look at them as slop, but they do insanely well, and this is what people want. And they would much rather play games like that and have fun with their friends than play single-player games, which seems to be a dying breed for the younger generation. What? Yeah, Woodpit. It's better than the kids going out playing hide and seek and never coming back home because they kind of, the seeker found them and never returned them. As dark as that sounds, that's kind of the world we live in today. Peak is awesome. Also, RV there yet is now on Xbox Game Pass. Nice. MBG over here. I hope everyone understands if we let Sony get away with this, there will be no turning back. I mean, Yeah. But this is the thing I don't understand, right? They're moaning about this, yet 85% of PlayStation games purchased are digital. So, I mean, I understand that there should always be a choice. And I am not someone here to turn around and say people shouldn't have the right of choice. I think choice is a good thing. But they kind of chose the direction that they went, just like when, Xbox did the same thing when they went digital. And they said, look, we can't really go to physical. Really, like, I bought the collector's edition of Gears of War, but it's coming with a physical Xbox One version, Xbox Series X version, which means it's not, even though the game is play anywhere, I can't utilize that. If I want to play it on my handheld while I'm away from my Xbox, I can't actually do that. I have to now just rely on the Game Pass version to play it on my handheld device. I can't play it offline unless I rebuy the game, which I think was a bit silly. But I'm now used to that kind of mindset where if I buy an Xbox game, because I do buy my some Xbox games, I can play them on the go as well. And now I can't do that with that. And that upsets me. And this is why, for me, digital just works better. Put the game on the console and remote play. Yeah, but I want to play it offline. It's a single player game. I should be able to just boot. I want to boot it up and play it. I don't want to be connected to the internet. Our options will be more limited than they've ever been, even those who buy digital. But, the community has already chosen this path. I understand this will ultimately be bad for everyone. It probably will. It probably will, because this is a nice little push to cloud gaming. Prices are going up. Costs of building a PC are going up. Everything is going up. Everything. Consoles are getting priced out of the market. Now, I'm not saying cloud gaming is here right now. I mean, it's workable. But all I can see is all these companies pushing you more and more to the cheaper form of playing your games online, and that is through cloud gaming. It's almost like they're kind of slowly but surely pushing you in that direction. And I can see it. And I've been saying this for a few years now, that cloud gaming is where the end game is. That's where they want you to go. And I really feel like this whole situation that we're in right now, it's almost orchestrated in some way to promote this sort of thing. And it's not just for gaming, for Windows, everything, right? Everything that's out there, you'll connect to an online portal and then use your PC through those data centers. Hospitals, police stations, everything. You'll just have like a display point with a keyboard that will connect to the web, and all of the stuff is going to be done. Power is going to be handled over the data centers, and that's how it's going to work. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, but a lot of this is kind of pushing in that way. They basically, you own nothing. You're reliant on all these companies, and they basically, maybe you'll purchase your games, sure, but they control everything else. This is why Valve is considered a hero, even with all its faults. Why is that? Why would Valve be considered a hero? Also, someone said that they should cancel. Who was it? Cancel the new program allows you to digitize the PlayStation games, your physical games, so you can move your gears to digital. Hopefully that comes out soon, because I've got a bunch of physicals that. Do you guys understand how that works as well? I love cloud gaming bags. I use it all the time. Cloud gaming is awesome. If you've got bad internet, I get it, but I use cloud gaming for a lot of gaming. In fact, a lot of the games I stream over at Twitch is through cloud gaming. I streamed almost all of 007, the new game, through the cloud. I love it. But yeah, so apparently on these discs, right? There's a certain code that's unique on the disk, and when that disk gets transferred to digital, it permanently registers that code onto your account. And so if you went to go and sell that disk because you don't want it anymore, the next person that buys it, when they plug it into their drive to turn it from physical to digital, they can't do it because it's already been used. Because the loud ones are all either the only ones that act. He literally told his audience to cancel digital copies of GTA 6 and go buy 2 copies of physical. Who said that? Gaben is the hero we need. Don't view anything with DRM as a hero. They invested a lot of money for Linux compatibility, and now ARM gaming is very possible. Ray, if they really cared about any of that, they would have subsidized the Steam machine, because they would have made their money back through the Steam store anyway, because that's what comes with it. People buying the Steam machine are generally buying it with the Steam OS and they don't want to change it. They know what they're getting. They would have subsidized it and given Linux a real good chance to push forward. This was a real opportunity, because if they did subsidize it and actually managed to sell a lot of these consoles and got them into people's homes, then people, these companies with the anti-cheat programs that doesn't work on Linux, they would have to take a look now and say, hey, look, man, I know they used to have like a 3-4% market share, but now they've got like a 10% market share. Maybe we should make it available there, because that's a lot of people now that have access to games on Linux that can't access my Call of Duty. Maybe I should find a way to make this work. And that could have been the gateway for them to get all this anti-cheat software that doesn't work on Linux right now due to the kernel problem, to find a solution for it to work. But when the market share is too small, they don't care. There's not enough return. They had a real opportunity to do that, to change, the tide, and they didn't take it. That's my annoyance with the price. That's my frustration, because that would have created, some form of competition for Windows. And as you know, I am always for competition, because it means that the one that's just lazing along and doing, feckle, now has to actually do something to make sure it retains what it's lost and keep pushing to gain back the momentum and offering you better services and better value. But if they don't have to try, then they don't care. And that's why competition is good. And this is what I wanted Valve to do. I wanted them to compete in this market. I wanted them, as the bastion of Linux, to push it forward, to push SteamOS forward, and to actually be that fighting force. And they said, nah, we like money. We don't care. And that's it. And they just walked away. Because he wanted his yacht instead. That's my issue with it. Whether you find it as a valid point or not is up to you. But it isn't because Valve bad or Steam bad. I actually wanted them to be in a position where they're actually, truly fighting for your money and actually giving people, these companies, a reason to broaden their horizon, which would then give, Microsoft and Windows a reason to try and start caring in terms of their platform and getting it more optimized and better for us gamers. Not releasing an update every other day that's going to break the system. Now, digital licenses is linked to the disk. If you use it on another account, it will be removed. That was the other method I heard, that you had to plug the disk in every once in a while in order to think. But that was the original method back from the Xbox One days. Because this whole disk to digital was a thing from the Xbox One days, that it was originally announced back then. And so that's how it was originally supposed to work. Then the rumors came out that it would read the digital thing off the disc and be that way. I can see that causing problems. Imagine not liking money. Imagine having the long game, a bit more of the long game, gaining, more people onto your platform, onto Linux, and then making even more money because people are now buying games like Call of Duty and stuff on Linux. All of these people, just like Microsoft, it's all about short-term gains. They don't think about the long game. And it's the long game that makes you the most money. People boycotting Spider-Man. It's a Sony movie. What? That makes no sense. It's possible, but I'm not saying to lose $500, Richie, but get it down to like $800, right? Get it down to about $800, man. And then that price over in the UK becomes like $600. I would buy it. I would buy it. At $600, I would have bought it. I would buy it. It wasn't going to be for me. I never intended it for me. But at $600, that's a good price for that PC. Trying to replicate that PC at $600 in real terms ain't going to work. But it would have been for my kid. I'd have bought it for my kid, and he could use it and play it and, buy what he wants. And because he doesn't care about 60 FPS. He's 12 years old. He just puts the games on and plays, and he's happy with whatever he's got. He doesn't complain. But I would have got it for him because his corner is small, his desk is small. It'd have been perfect. But at the price that they want now, ain't happening. It ain't worth it. I'd rather just build him a PC. We'll say the right hand is creating the problem for the left hand. Yeah. I'm going to look at PO over here. The PlayStation I loved is long gone. $100 console is coming. Yeah, it is. Subscription prices will rise. I mean, they've been doing that since time immemorial. Games will go up in price. They will. Less games made than ever. First party. I mean, if they make any less than one, they might as well just stop first party games altogether. Still a big focus on gas because that's where the money is. Make a successful gas game and you're good. You're milking the money. Right? But honestly, I think with these high prices, none of these consoles, Helix, I mean, Microsoft is in a much better position right now than Sony is. And people are going to say, no, they're not. They're in a much worse position. No, because they've kind of positioned themselves to allow for not only Xbox games, but PC games as well on the Helix. This hybrid that they've got is literally edging themselves into that PC world, and it's getting people there. Sony, on the other hand, with the PS6, probably is a walled garden, unless you believe Hip Hop Gamer, who says PlayStation 6 will launch with Steam on it. There is no way in hell that's happening. Not under Sony's watch. But Microsoft is in a much better place. Like, people will buy the Helix because it has access to PC gaming. It's a powerful machine. And sitting under your, TV, it does the best of both worlds. It's that gateway into it. And from then on, it's just going to be a PC that if they ever bother releasing another machine. But that's where Xbox is. And that's why I say Xbox is in a better position for next generation, whether people see that or not. Who's knocking on the door? What up?
Are you busy on Friday or Saturday? Like we're streaming? Yeah, then from time.
When on Friday? What time?
Probably around 5 or 6.
Why? What's happening?
I'm planning like a chameleon event with one of my friends. So I'm going to happen tomorrow on Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Friday it's your brother's. We're sitting down to watch like movies and stuff for your brother's birthday.
Then Saturday.
Huh?
Then Saturday.
Saturday, like a chameleon?
Yeah, we're going to do an event.
So you want me to join in?
If you want to, it's up to you. It's an open event.
Oh, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, if you want to join in for the event.
Okay,
you can stream it.
I'll pick it up and I'll be on Twitch.
Just make sure you have your glasses on because you got to see. this game very well.
Make sure I've got my glasses on.
Yeah, this game is not a joke. Yeah, you got some.
You're hearing that? My 18-year-old is trying to school me on how to play video games.
You know, yesterday I was playing it. Yeah.
The audacity of these kids, right?
Listen.
Man, I was playing games before you were even born.
I mean, yeah, I believe that. You was playing games before I was even in the stomach, so I believe that. Don't worry. Well, yesterday I was playing. I was in the art gallery map. So I panicked because I had like 60 seconds left.
You moved, didn't you?
Huh?
You moved.
No. I didn't know what I was gonna be painted as. I'm not going as the Mona Lisa because my mouse isn't working right now, so I can't. Like,
Trash.
Someone's hiding as the Mona Lisa. Someone's hiding as Jesus's nose.
They hid as Jesus's nose.
Yeah. Some other guy hid next to him, and made Jesus's middle finger like massively long. And obviously they got caught. So I went up next to one of the paintings. I painted myself white, put a black dot on my head,
Yeah.
put a tiny red dot in the black dot. I became a security camera on one.
You became a security camera on one.
It was so bad as well. It was so bad. But I won.
If I'm available on Saturday, I'll join you over at Twitch. At least it wasn't what Snake grabbed in MGS4. Wait, there's a lot of things he grabbed. But yeah, so I see this next gen. I see, consoles selling around. I mean, at the prices that they're releasing, I see them honestly selling around maybe 20 million, 30 million at most. I don't see them having the generational sales that we had this year. And Sony even said, we do not expect the same output in console sales next generation. So who knows? Maybe they're now starting to see what the reality is, and maybe they will have ties to PC as well. But right now, my personal opinion, Xbox is way better positioned for Helix than for next generation than Sony is. A DVD screensaver on Mega Comedian. Yeah, have you seen the Mona Lisa one? Let me see if I can find it. It's insane. There you go. We don't want the music. Let me just share this, and I'll go back to what I'm doing. Yes, it's really cheap. So my son is doing they're having like an event on Saturday, and so he was just asking if I was interested in, doing like a collab with him and his friends and join in and basically get humiliated by his friends. But this is the one with the Mona Lisa. That's insane, man.
They didn't so.
Come on. Come on. That's crazy.
Where's he gone? They not done in that map as well.
That's crazy, man. Yeah.
You know that map, yeah? You can't look at it from the sideways either.
You can't look at it from sideways?
No, you have a red barrier on the floor, and you can't walk past it. They've got an invisible barrier. So you can only see from the front. You can't even look at.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
did anyone see this crash out from Pio? It's time for a change. Speak up against Sony and PlayStation. Push back the death of physical media. It's time to unite the whole gaming community to one common thing. Don't accept, say no to digital-only future. This includes everyone. Use your voice. My guy went above and beyond. I will give him that. He did go above and beyond with this one. Just hear him out. This is PO.
If there was a time where like every fan of gaming needs to unite, I'm not talking about just people on casuals. I'm talking about everyone. That includes Geoff Keighley, all the big.
Man, the guy went straight to Geoff Keighley, the daddy of PlayStation. He went straight for the big guns straight off the bat.
Names and everything. IGN, every.
IGN as well, man. The biggest simps for PlayStation. He went for them all. Geoff Keighley, IGN.
Everyone needs to unite for this. You understand? Don't care about if you have a contract with them. They're gonna send you free shit.
He's literally calling IGN out and saying, I don't care if you've got a contract, so you have to speak nice to them and treat them better than Xbox. And you're always bigging them up and shitting on Xbox because they're sending you free stuff. I don't care about that. You need to go against your daddy PlayStation, and that's crazy. We don't talk about that, Bags. Oh, he doesn't care about those, Vince. No one he doesn't care about those. I showed it in my video. I thought my video was quite good. I know I'm patting myself on the back, but I rewatched it and I thought it was a well-made video.
This is bigger than that. Please stand up for this. Stand up, okay? If you have a social media account, Instagram, X, Twitter, whatever, YouTube, stand up against this. This is the only way to push back. Sony can't. Like, it's not an option. It's not an option for Sony to get away with this. You understand me? There's no option here. Protest if you need to. If there was a... There's no option here. Protest if you need to.
Hashtag free Stellar Blade. Oh, sorry. Please use your voice for whatever site you work for, whatever you can do. Use your voice, Geoff Keighley. Please consider using your platform. Geoff Keighley is going to do absolutely nothing. No, man, I just went buy a PS6. If it's completely digital, he's going to buy a PC instead. Well, he has a PC. He's using Steam. That's completely digital instead. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I'll give you an A for effort, but now you vote for your longevity. I just love the people that come out and go, man, I am not going to support PlayStation 6 because it's all digital. So I'm going to go and support Steam, which is all digital. Because of piracy, not everyone does piracy. I think you'll find a lot. Pirates are so few and far between. They're out there, but in terms of how many people purchase games as opposed to how many people pirate them, they're so few and far. Man, GOG is not the platform people think it is. They get games so late. They don't get the games, on day of release. Their selection of games is really small. They're not there. They're not, sure, they have the option for DRM free, but a lot of the time they're missing so many games. I think they're ahead of the Windows Store though, but there's only one true platform on PC, and that is Steam. No, it's generally lacking. And the games that they get is usually later on because people don't make them for that, or they get like the version that's already been patched like 7 or 8 times bundled together, like the final form, and then they give it to you DRM free. We all know why the Steam machine sold out in Japan. Don't say it. Don't say it. But I buy a few games off GOG, not many. Because by de facto, everyone just goes to Steam. It's just the de facto platform. Put it this way. If GOG offered it for $50, DRM free, and Steam offered it for $70, people would go and buy it for $70 because it's on Steam. I would go to GOG for 50 quid. I go where the money is. Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War appears to be coming to Xbox Game Pass soon. For anyone that's interested, Call of Duty Vanguard appears to have gotten the same treatment via an Xbox for PC version on the Microsoft Store. Currently, Xbox only supports the console version of Cold War, and a move like this usually indicates its likely appearance on Game Pass. So, Cold War could be coming very soon to Game Pass, for those of you that's interested. Some sad news. Supper Monks, one of the studios behind Absalom, is shutting down. Turns out it's not the developers, it's the actual artists that drew all the stuff. But still, it kind of sucks that the people who are behind all the creative art for this game are disappearing. It's I don't think many people spoke about this one because it's clearly, a studio that's not Xbox or being shut down because of Xbox or anything like that. But, it was one of those that went that no one cared about, which is, it's a shame. Onimusha. We are delighted to bring Onimusha, Way of the Sword, to you earlier on September the 4th. I don't know when it was originally released, supposed to come out. September 24th, I guess. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, Windows, and Nintendo. The pre-order bonus will become an early adopter bonus available until the dates below. I guess it was supposed to come at the end of September, but they've pushed it to early September so they can try and avoid some of the other bigger games releasing in September, trying to get their foot in there first. Because, as you know, in September, there's going to be 900 games coming out in September. You're going to have one game in October with Call of Duty, one game in November with GTA 6, and then whenever Wolverine is releasing, if it's deciding to go head-to-head with GTA, good luck with that. But, yeah. I doubt an artist would notice what's wrong with the generations, though. Replace bags with AI. But yeah, it's kind of September is going to be a horrible month, and I can see a lot of studios that are going to have severe financial troubles when their games don't sell. And I think it's really stupid that everyone is putting their games. At present, there's realistically, I think there's 35 to 40 games coming out in September. For me personally, I'm interested in about 7 to 10 of those games. There's no way I'm paying, up to £700 for those games in September. It's just not happening, right? It's just not happening. So I'm probably going to pick up 2 and then wait down the line for the games to go on sale. And a lot of people are probably going to do the same. Most people are just going to buy one. This is a really stupid thing that they're doing, because when those games don't sell, what do you think is going to happen? But no, realistically, when those games don't sell that they've poured a lot of money into, when they don't sell within the first week, because that's generally the metrics that they look at, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to get layoffs and studio closures. And they're walking into this knowing that that's going to happen. It's crazy. It blows my mind But they're walking into this one, gung ho. Good luck to the thing. Good luck to all involved. That's all I can say. For those of you interested in supporting Save Physical Games, hashtag Save Stellar Blade, you can do that. I'll post this link for those of you that want to, go in there and post hashtag Save Stellar Blade, because they apparently censored like 1 or 2 costumes and people couldn't jerk off to those. So they wanted to get those uncensored models back. But you can, protest with Save Physical Games. So there it is. That's the link for those that want to do that, because, hey, freedom to air your voice is a good thing. Moving on to more depressing news. Bungie layoffs basically almost all the Destiny 2 staff out of revenge, because there's nothing that anyone is going to tell me that it's not revenge, and it's not looking good for Marathon. Xbox apparently are looking to close 4 studios. Of course, they are Under Labs, which doesn't make any sense. Ninja Theory, which was announced. And both of them announced their games at the Xbox conference. The game industry is interesting. This is the chart for Marathon. They closed down a game with the latest update having 167 or 170,000 users concurrent, which is double of Marathon, and decided to keep that. Herman Holst is a very, very weird guy. I'll say that. He is a weird one. You have a weird take on numbers. You do have a weird take on numbers. What, to 160? Yeah, because at some point, people are done with the content, right? There's no future for it. There's no reason to grind. But the demand for it was there, and those numbers lasted for over a week. But at some point, just like with Anthem and every other game, the numbers are going to dwindle. Like, I loved Anthem, the video game. I was crazy over it. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't, because Sony is the one through Bungie that cannibalized Destiny. This was always the plan. They removed the PvP team off Destiny. They cut the staff numbers by half. Then they cut that by half, and all the while they either laid off those people or siphoned them over to Marathon. They've been ripping that Bungie staff apart internally for a long time now. So, no, that's just not true. The last 2 updates that they got, excluding the one that they got now, were pathetic. There was almost no content in them. You don't expect to keep players when you don't release content, do you? And then they had like a 9-month drought of no content. And even in that drought, they still had more players than Marathon did. When Sony closed Bluepoint, they went silent on all their socials for days. They expect the noise to die down and for everyone to go back to not caring, to just move on. They are praying for this right now. Keep this in mind as we go into the rest of this next month. Of course they are, because Xbox is about to say, hold my beer, folks. I've come in and I'm going to rock the world with my news about getting rid of all this stuff. I believe in Herman Holst because he said Concord is the future of PlayStation. As a loyal PlayStation fan, I agree with you, Vince. Herman Holst to save the day. Okay, I take it back. Okay, I didn't mean it. Man, even Luna had a problem with me saying that. I only literally just said it as a joke, and she was like, no. Take that back. She was like, bitch, please. Oh, the timing of that couldn't have been any better.
I wasn't even doing anything. So what was what you said?
I have a lot of dead accounts from Pride devs. I used to talk on Steam. Pretty normal for people to just ghost because that's why they ghost. Those aren't really their accounts to keep. Yeah, I get that. Idlesoft posted Jez's comments on today's Windows Central podcast. Idlesoft. Let's have a look. And this will probably be the final thing for today. I do appreciate everyone hanging out though tonight. It's been amazing. And for those staying till the very end, you guys are always here, and I appreciate you, man. Ow, Luna, what are you doing? Don't try and murder me. All right, let's see. Idlesoft rumor. Jez Corden has heard that Xbox could be losing up to $200 per console right now. I mean, yeah, I could see that. I don't think it's unnormal. But they did say that at the current price, they were losing. Oh, right now. Right. With the price hike, they won't be losing money. And does not expect Helix to have a disk drive. I mean, I don't understand why it wouldn't. How else are they going to get this disk to digital to work? Like, is no one thinking about anything anyway? Like, if you remove the disk drive, how do you actually get disk to digital to work? What are they going to do? Shove those discs up their ass and hope it actually powers on their Xbox? They're going to stick that disc up there and go ding. And then you're going to see that nice little X widen up. Jesus, man. I've heard that Xbox could be losing up to $200 per console right now. Then those users, in order to just break even, have to spend $200 on top of the $700 that they paid for on Xbox. I mean, they're paying for Game Pass. They buy games. Like, that's how it's always been. This is nothing new. No, you're not going to return the disc. Like, I don't understand this. Like, this is how it's been for years. Whether it's the Mega Drive or Genesis, for those of you in the US, the Super Nintendo, PlayStation 1, OG Xbox, PS2, N64. It's always, well, maybe not N64. Nintendo likes to make profit straight off the bat. But it's always been like that. You subsidize the console and make it up in revenue. Where is all that Xbox Live money going to? That's a subsidy. You're making that money back through services like that. Microsoft themselves said that they make the difference through stuff like Xbox Live and video game sales and other options in the gaming space. So why is this news? For a lot of users, that will take years. For a lot of users, that will take years to materialize. $200. Huh? You buy 2 games and you're pretty much there. What do you mean? A lot of what? So let me get this straight. You're gonna go buy a £600 console, and you're just gonna sit there and go, right, I'm gonna play free to play and demo games all day and night. What? Yo, Minnie. Would you pay £600 for a console?
No.
No, listen. Would you pay £600 for a console? come home with that console, and then not buy a single game for like 5 years, and just play free to play and whatever on there?
God no, that's why I have a PC.
That's dumb.
Ooh.
The whole business model is destroyed, and that's why they're talking about ads. No, this is bullshit. Clear bullshit. They're looking at future trends when they make these decisions. Microsoft is always looking at future trends, and they're always too early to it. It's always on the basis of what next year going to look like. Next year, memory is going to cost even more. Of course it is. That's why I'm buying my RAM stick now to get 64 gigs of memory. Because the game I'm actually looking to play, that I'm excited for, Cinder City, actually requires and is recommended with 64 gigs of memory. Apparently, it's only for the flush. People are going to spend even less potentially, and free-to-play is going to grow even more. My guy, free-to-play means microtransactions. I've spent more money on Wuthering Waves this year than probably
Any other game.
any other game.
Did you do GTA thing?
In fact, I spent more money on Wuthering Waves than I have for the collector's edition of Gears of War. Just through the battle pass, through the the monthly pass. Sometimes I top up with currency for stuff that I want, right? No. Free to play is free to play, and you can play it free to play, and millions will play it free to play, but you're also going to get people that spend. Tectone spends an average of about 50 to 70 grand on gacha games. Just giving you a rough indication of what whales will spend a year.
Oh, that's not surprising.
Don't get me wrong. In return to that 50 to 70 grand, he's probably made about 4 or 5 million, but that's a different story altogether. Remove discs, that's an easy saving. No more distribution. Normal distribution costs. You don't have to make the plastic. You don't have to make the box. Like I said, it saves money, roughly about, which I said earlier, 50 to 60 million in savings. It's not a lot of money, but 60 million in savings is still 60 million in savings. The business model and the economy around making optical disc drives is completely collapsed. I mean, yeah, but yes and no, but I say it's collapsing. Everything is moving towards it. I mean, I just bought 3 Blu-rays for my wife to enjoy. She loves Michael Jackson, and I got all 3 of the movies for her. Moonwalker, This Is It, and I pre-ordered the UHD version of Michael for her, so she could permanently have them, just in case whatever happens with digital. She's got those, and she can watch them she can watch them as many times as she wants. So it may have collapsed, but there's still a market out there for it. What's up?
I have a question for you.
Hold on. 90% of the players are fully digital. For Xbox, yes. PlayStation 85. Do you really want to inflate the cost of the box by adding the extra cost? But that's what Nintendo has done. Yeah, she actually when she sat down and watched Moonwalker, and she really, rewatching it again, she was super happy. This Is It should come from eBay soon, but Michael's not released yet, so there's a pre-order. They could have gone down the Nintendo route. Nintendo says, hey, if you want to get physical, you're going to pay £80. You want to get digital, you're going to pay £65. And people are buying the £80 one for physical. So they're adding the cost on top of what it would potentially cost them, or they're just egregiously adding it on top and saying, hey, if you want digital, it's cheaper, you can go that way. But if you want to get it physical, here's your choice. And even the physical at this point is game key cards, right? The best thing you can hope for is a USB-based external drive, which is what I said, right? Even that, I think, is a stretch. I don't think that's much of a stretch, considering, at least on Xbox, if it's Helix, any goddamn drive will work, right? Any disc that can read, any drive that can read Blu-ray will work. You just need the software behind it to allow that Blu-ray to be able to launch Helix games or Xbox games. I do not expect Helix to have a disk drive. I kind of think it will, but time will tell. NFTs, Jesus Christ, no, Ragey, no. Nintendo is the worst with this stuff. Helix is X32, by the way, so it shouldn't be an issue. I know, right? Like, none of this. The biggest pile of BS here is this one. For a lot of users, it will take years to materialize. But here's the thing. For every person where it takes 2 years for them to make that $200, there's another person over there that's made $800 in purchases. So it's more than made up for this person here, and then another 3 other people, including himself. Right? You've got people that buy games heavily and people that don't. But this is rubbish. This is that statement that's the sort of statement that you just, the moment you say it, you've realized that you fucked up. And there's no correcting it either, because you fucked up so bad with that statement that there's nothing you can say out there in this galaxy that can reverse how dumb that statement was. And so you just continue and then hope that the hole you're digging isn't too deep enough for you to get out and find other ways to get out. I don't know a ton about Helix, but I do know that directly from their devs. This doesn't make any sense. Does any of this make any sense to anyone? Like this, like it's crazy. The issue about physical games is usually it is just the base game, while you can get the Ultimate Edition with digital. Yeah. No, look. If physical games are coming and going, that's fine. You know, me personally, I don't really have a stake in this, because ultimately I have become a digital gamer. I understand the implications about this and whatnot, but statements like that are just wrong. They're just wrong. Right? It's just wrong. There's no... You see, Raichi knows digital waifus are better. By the way, that new character in ZZZ, damn, son. The one in white. Is she going to be a playable character?
That's your reaction, probably.
I don't know, man. It seems a bit silly. She's already playable, and I missed out. No. Oh well. You're waiting for Sigrid? Sigrid. You got C Money over here. If this is true, what Jess said, this is very smart and a big relief. Xbox should absolutely see to it that every game they showed at the showcase to be completed to the highest quality. If they cannot find a wait, what did he say? What did he say?
So one of the things that I've heard is that, like, Microsoft has lined up buyers for some of these studios already. So, but things are moving very fast and things are in flux. Like, I heard one rumor that one studio had gotten a buyer and then that deal fell through because they didn't like Microsoft terms, and then they found a new buyer. Like, I've heard that Microsoft's management team and the executive leaders are flying all over the world to try and save these studios. To Microsoft's credit, EA or some of these other companies, they would just shut the studios down. They would just shut them down. But I think Microsoft's very cognizant of how unpopular they are, if nothing else. They're very cognizant of how unpopular they are and how unpopular some of these decisions.
No, I'm sorry. No. No. They bought these studios with the notion that they're not going to be big sellers, they're going to be Game Pass fillers. So if they're not making money, that's not their problem because they were bought for the sole purpose of being Game Pass fillers. Because games like Keeper or games like Kiln, which I'm enjoying personally, is not going to sell realistically. Hellblade 2, which probably cost a lot of money, they soaked that up within Ninja Theory and still turned a company profit, but it was never going to be a big seller like they hoped, especially with the reaction it got. But these games were bought, these studios were bought to fill in the gaps for Game Pass. That was the plan. So yes, they should be running around all over the place to make sure these companies get a goddamn buyer and have a future for themselves because they were bought for a specific damn purpose. And so therefore, don't try and tell me that Microsoft is being papa nice now when they're the ones that actually created the fucking problem. They created that fucking problem, so they better fix that problem. Don't talk to me about EA shit this and whatever shit there. They bought them for a purpose. Don't go moving that goalpost and trying to make them look good now. Those companies that came in with the knowledge that that's what they're being purchased for, they upheld their end of the bargain. They are delivering those Game Pass filler games. They're not going to sell, but they're still adding to that Game Pass counter number of day one games. And that's why they're there. So don't give me that bullshit.
Will potentially be if the games were cancelled. They showed off Senua at the showcase and State of Decay 3. They've shown off State of Decay 3 for years. State of Decay 3 has a very passionate fan base of people and an audience that has developed over decades. You know,
Rachie, that's not the point, right? That is not the point. The point is that these companies were brought in and given the creative freedom to make the games that they want to make to be a Game Pass filler. They have upheld their contract. They have upheld their reason for being in that Microsoft, ecosystem. I'm buying you to make sandwiches. So if you make those sandwiches, you've done what you've been employed to do. But then for me to turn around and say, "Oh, sorry, mate, that sandwich didn't sell." I didn't ask you to sell. You didn't tell me you wanted to sell those sandwiches. You just told me that I'm being employed to make them so people at the company can eat. Yeah, but I want you to. You didn't make money. That's not my problem. That wasn't part of my deal. Right? Now, other companies, that were brought into Microsoft Studios, sure, they've been brought in to deliver on big games like Avowed and make sales. I can understand that. But if you're looking at these smaller companies, that whole purpose is to basically be Game Pass filler, provide a gaming experience for the consumers on Game Pass and give them month-to-month gaming access, then that's what they're doing. Don't then turn around and say, "Oh, they're being Mr. Nice Guy now by looking for a buyer for them." Damn right they should. It's their responsibility.
From the 360 generation. So we're going back 15, I don't know exactly how many years, but it's over a decade. Like 13, 14 years, something like that. State of Decay 1 came out. And
now, I get that, but it's their responsibility to do it. They should do it. It's the least that they can do. Now, I'm not saying if they don't find a buyer, fine. It is what it is. They tried. And you know what? Good on them for trying. But I'm not going to sit there and clap and parade them when they're the ones going back on their promise, on their word, on their, reason for buying them in the first place.
People have been following that game for years and years and years, hoping it could finally become their vision, because they always said State of Decay 1 was a concept almost. State of Decay 2 was like trying to get to the next level. And then it was like State of Decay 3 was supposed to be the game that delivered on that original vision. And now you're telling me that there's a risk of it being cancelled? It will be a PR disaster if they cancel that shit.
I mean, who even came out with Undead Labs is supposed to be cancelled? It's just rumors. Like I said, everyone is just throwing everything at the kitchen, at the wall, kitchen sink and all. and hoping something sticks because, hey, Halo might be cancelled. They're in negotiations. It's going to be front page news on Insider Gaming. That's all that is. So why are you even giving it a time of day? Wait till you get some concrete information. I don't believe State of Decay's thing. But if State of Decay is actually in trouble and Undead Labs is getting shut down or sold or whatever, what was the point of showcasing it at the showcase? What was the point of getting content creators to go around and play the beta build that they currently have that's fully working and people were making videos on it to publicize it even more? What was the point? That one doesn't make any sense.
So from what I've heard is the plan is if they can't find a buyer, they'll try and see those studios through to completing what has been announced. So I think like even though State of Decay 3 has been in the crosshairs of a studio where they can make potential savings in order to fund things like Halo and Fallout, because those franchises need a bit of investment to start delivering content. I also
Halo, mate, they don't even know what they want to do with Halo. They're just doing remakes at the moment because they don't know what they're doing. The Halo Studios needs to be whitewashed entirely, and new blood needs to come in that actually enjoys and wants to do Halo. Or get rid of the management that's there, because they clearly have no fucking idea what they're doing with Halo. They haven't known for a number of years. Time to piss off, bring in people that actually want to make Halo again and release it. Like Phil said, if we lose Halo, we lose Xbox. And they did lose Halo. And Xbox did absolutely nothing about it. They're plastering Forza Horizon 6 as the poster child. They're plastering Gears of War as the poster child. I ain't see shit all for Halo. And Halo is Xbox. You go and talk to anyone out there. When you mention Xbox, they talk about Halo. Halo is Xbox. Just like Mario is Nintendo, Sonic is Sega, Halo is Xbox. And they've just let that brand just disappear.
I think like they're very cognizant of the fact that they can't be doing this thing where they announce stuff and then just let it slide. Like it's crazy. Like Microsoft built a studio for Ninja Theory.
Yeah.
They built a studio for them in Cambridge with a state-of-the-art motion capture facility. And it's like you just want to shut that down now? Like it's
Do you know what's going to be really funny? What if no studio gets shut down after all these rumors? They just get, downsized. They lose staff, a lot of staff, but they don't actually shut down the studios, and the studios are perfectly manageable with the staff size that they have. Layoffs are happening, 100%, without a shadow of a doubt. But what would happen if there is no layoffs? And who could you trust with Halo? Honestly, right now, especially since they've gone to Unreal Engine, Coalition. I would trust Coalition with Halo. I think they would do a much better job, and they would not let you down.
It's only the kind of money that Microsoft has where they could even consider doing something like that. But
yeah,
best case scenario is some of these studios do find a buyer, but there are some of the studios that like
that footage, Raichi, wasn't alpha. Where it says early alpha or whatever it was, that was not alpha. Trust me, I've worked in the games industry. I know what early alpha looks like, and that is not it. That is beta footage. All they've done is that they haven't updated what the actual file naming is. It is not alpha.
Could either go. They could be independent. They could be bought out by the individuals who sold the company originally. So, like Double Fine, for example. Double Fine was sold to Microsoft by Tim Schafer. So Tim Schafer could use whatever money he made from the deal selling them to buy the studio back, maybe potentially save the studio. But there's other studios like Compulsion, where it's like they haven't shipped anything that's made any money.
What would Pit?
They don't have any franchises really that are popular that are attached to their brand name. Like they made We Happy Few. No, it wasn't very good. They made.
I mean, did you see what he said there? He stopped himself from saying it, but it's the truth. Nobody bought it, right? Listen,
attached to their brand name. Like they made We Happy Few. No, it wasn't very good.
Nobody
Nights Out
bought
to
it.
Midnight, which won awards, but didn't like it didn't do enough to stand out in a sort of busy crowd, like as an action adventure game, like I suppose. And now they're kind of gotten into the situation where it's like what are the assets there? Like I can see a studio like that potentially being closed, but like also like maybe we get lucky. Microsoft sells them as a package to some company, like. But yeah, I personally believe like we're gonna see it from next week. We're gonna see a combination of studios going independent, studios being sold to other publishers, and then potentially some smaller studios potentially being closed. But then I would expect also headcounts across the board. I think every studio is going to have layoffs.
Yeah,
at
it
least
is.
some layoffs. It's going to be brutal.
I mean, everyone knows this is going to happen. What if they close 0 studios? Exactly. Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, what if that happens? You know, like Tango, some of them are going to get, brought into other studios and publishers. Some of them are going to remain on, whatever, but none of them are actually closed down. All this fear mongering and all this, I don't know. If that happens, I'll release a YouTube short with just saying I was right. If you know, you know, and that'll be it. For $1. Oh, this one really annoyed me. Like, Jesus, man, come on. If you're going to change the terms of your engagement, the least you can do is actually. Anyway, folks, I didn't mean to rant and rage like that as the final thing for today, but there you go. You saw a Chaos special. It doesn't happen often, but when called upon, it does happen, and I have no regrets. But on that note, we've been going for nearly 4 hours. I thank you so much for hanging out tonight. We are going to be back tomorrow over at Twitch. So if you are interested in checking me out over at Twitch, hopefully I'll see you there. Twitch.tv/Chaos Lounge _. And that's it. Thanks so much for hanging out, folks. It's past midnight. I'm going to go get some rest, probably play a bit of video games, and I'll see you guys in about 12 to 13 hours from now. So make sure all 20 of you turn up to my Twitch stream tomorrow. We'll probably play a bit more Trails or something and have a good time chatting away about all the stuff in the gaming industry. All right. That's it for me. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I'll see you next time.